swimming without a skirt is a police matter. In the early 20th century, attitudes toward swimwear and public bathing were quite conservative. Women's swimwear typically consisted of long, heavy dresses, sometimes made of wool, and included skirts and bloomers that extended to the knees. These garments not only restricted movement, but also absorbed water, making swimming quite challenging. This was the prevailing norm in many Western countries, including the United States. Annette Kellerman, an Australian professional swimmer and athlete, was a pioneer in women's swimming. She was a talented swimmer and diver, and is often considered one of the first synchronized swimmers. Kellerman was also an advocate for women's health and fitness, and believed that women should have more practical and comfortable swimwear. In 1907, at the age of 22, Kellerman decided to challenge the traditional swimwear norms while visiting the United States. She designed and wore a one-piece bathing suit that was form-fitting and did not include a skirt. When she wore this new swimwear to Revere Beach in Boston, Massachusetts, she quickly drew attention and raised eyebrows. The sight of a woman in a one-piece swimsuit was considered scandalous and indecent by the standards of the time. Kellerman's actions did not go unnoticed by the authorities. She was promptly arrested for indecency and public exposure. The incident generated considerable publicity and debate in the media and among the public. Kellerman defended her choice of swimwear, arguing that it was more practical for swimming and allowed for better movement in the water. One-piece swimsuits without skirts became more common, and by the mid-20th century, two-piece bikinis and other modern swimwear styles were introduced. Annette Kellerman's arrest for wearing a one-piece bathing suit without a skirt in 1907 serves as a landmark moment in the history of swimwear and women's fashion. It marked the beginning of a transition towards more comfortable and functional swimwear for women, reflecting changing social norms and attitudes about women's clothing and their roles in society.
There were numerous stories and events that made headlines in the year 1900. One of the notable events of this year was the Boxer Rebellion in China, which saw a violent uprising against foreign influence and imperialism. Once upon a time, in the mystical land of China, there arose a peculiar and somewhat comical movement known as the Boxer Rebellion. It was the year 1900, and the world was on the cusp of a new century. But in the heart of China, a rather unconventional uprising was about to take place. Our story begins in a small village where a group of peasants had decided to form a secret society. These peasants were no ordinary folk. They were known as boxers due to their unique form of martial arts. But these were no ordinary martial arts enthusiasts. They believed that they had a special power that made them impervious to bullets. Yes, you heard that right. The boxers genuinely thought that their martial arts prowess had bestowed upon them the magical ability to withstand gunfire. It was as if they had watched too many superhero movies before superhero movies were even a thing. As their confidence in their bulletproof abilities grew, so did their audacity. They started roaming the countryside, performing wild stunts to prove their invincibility. Picture this: a group of boxers, clad in flowing robes, leaping through the air, somersaulting, and proclaiming their immunity to bullets. It was a sight to behold, and it left the villagers both amused and bewildered. But the boxers weren't content with just acrobatics and bravado. They believed that they could rid China of foreign influence and what they saw as the evil spirits of foreign religions. They began targeting foreign missionaries, Chinese Christians, and anyone associated with the foreign devils. News of their antics spread like wildfire, and soon, foreign nations with vested interests in China decided that enough was enough. They formed an alliance of nations known as the Eight-Nation Alliance, which included the likes of Britain, France, Germany, Russia, Japan, and even the United States. They were determined to put an end to the Boxers' nonsense. And so, what followed was a rather absurd international expedition to China. Troops from the Eight-Nation Alliance arrived on Chinese shores, armed with the latest weaponry, while the Boxers continued their bizarre, convinced that their martial arts could repel bullets and cannons. The conflict that ensued was a strange juxtaposition of ancient beliefs and modern firepower. On one side, you had Boxers leaping about, waving their fists in the air and shouting incantations, believing that they could summon protective spirits. On the other side, you had soldiers armed with rifles, machine guns, and artillery, scratching their heads in bewilderment at the spectacle before them. The absurdity of it all reached its peak when the Boxers attempted to storm foreign legations in Beijing, where diplomats and foreigners had taken refuge. It was as if a troupe of circus performers had decided to take on the world. In the end, the Boxer rebellion proved to be no match for the might of the Eight-Nation Alliance. The foreign troops captured Beijing, and the Boxers' supernatural powers crumbled in the face of modern weaponry. The Boxer rebellion became a cautionary tale of the clash between tradition and modernity, of how belief in the absurd could lead to real-world consequences. It was a chapter in history where martial arts met machine guns, and where the comical collided with the catastrophic. And so, the Boxer Rebellion of 1900 became a testament to the power of delusion and the folly of thinking that one could somersault their way to victory in the face of an international alliance armed with guns and cannons. It was a tale of uprising and absurdity that left the world both amused and bewildered, a historical footnote that reminds us that sometimes, truth is stranger than fiction. Is there a moral lesson to this story, you may ask? The Boxer Rebellion is a complex historical event with many lessons to be drawn from it. While the story itself may appear comical due to the Boxers' beliefs and actions, it ultimately carries several important moral lessons. 1. The danger of fanaticism. The Boxer Rebellion serves as a stark reminder of the dangers of fanaticism and extreme beliefs. The Boxers' unwavering faith in their supposed invincibility and their hostility toward foreigners and foreign religions led to violence and suffering. 2. The clash of cultures. The rebellion highlights the challenges and conflicts that can arise when different cultures collide. It shows that misunderstandings, misconceptions, and prejudices can escalate into violent confrontations if not addressed through diplomacy and communication. 3. The consequences of ignorance. The Boxers' ignorance of modern weaponry and the capabilities of the Eight-Nation Alliance had severe consequences. It underscores the importance of being informed about the world and its advancements, as ignorance can lead to disastrous outcomes. 4. The role of diplomacy. The international response to the Boxer Rebellion demonstrated the importance of diplomacy and cooperation among nations. The Eight-Nation Alliance, though armed with superior firepower, worked together to resolve the conflict through diplomatic means as well. 5. The need for empathy. Understanding and empathy are essential in avoiding conflicts and promoting peace. The Boxer Rebellion could have been mitigated or prevented through better communication and empathy between different groups and nations. 6. Historical context. Finally, the Boxer Rebellion serves as a reminder of the historical context of the time. It occurred during a period of imperialism and foreign influence in China, which led to tensions and resistance. Understanding the historical context helps us appreciate the complexities of such events. In essence, the Boxer Rebellion teaches us about the consequences of extremism, the importance of diplomacy, the need for cultural understanding, and the role of empathy in preventing conflicts. It serves as a cautionary tale of how misunderstandings and fanaticism can lead to tragic outcomes and the necessity of seeking peaceful resolutions to international disputes. Thanks for listening. If you've enjoyed and learned something from this story, like, share, comment, and consider subscribing to this channel. Till next time, enjoy the rest of your day.
The Spark of Dissent. The Russian Revolution of 1905. The Russian Revolution of 1905, often referred to as the First Russian Revolution, was a series of mass protests, strikes, and uprisings that took place in the Russian Empire during the early 20th. This revolutionary wave, though ultimately suppressed, had profound implications for Russia's political landscape and set the stage for the more consequential events of the 1917 Russian Revolution. Here's an extended story on the Russian Revolution of 1905. At the turn of the 20th century, the Russian Empire was grappling with widespread discontent and demands for political reform. The autocratic rule of Tsar Nicholas II and the oppressive social and economic conditions fueled a growing revolutionary sentiment among various segments of the population. Factors such as industrialization, urbanization, and exposure to revolutionary ideas from Europe contributed to the volatile atmosphere. The Russo-Japanese War of 1904–1905 was a significant catalyst for the revolution. Russia's defeat in the war exposed the weaknesses of the imperial government and fueled public anger. The loss highlighted issues such as inadequate military leadership, corruption, and the lack of political representation. The spark that ignited the revolution came on Bloody Sunday, when peaceful demonstrators, led by Father Georgy Gapon, marched to the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg to present a petition to the Tsar, seeking redress for their grievances. The Tsarist regime responded with violence, and the Imperial Guard opened fire on the crowd, resulting in hundreds of casualties. This tragic event galvanized widespread opposition to the autocracy. In the aftermath of Bloody Sunday, protests, strikes, and uprisings erupted across the empire. Workers, peasants, and intellectuals joined forces to demand political reforms, constitutional government, and improved working conditions. Soviet councils representing workers and soldiers emerged as organizing bodies in major cities. Under intense pressure, Tsar Nicholas II issued the October Manifesto in 1905, promising constitutional reforms, civil liberties, and the establishment of a legislative body, the State Duma. While the manifesto helped quell immediate unrest, it did not fully satisfy the revolutionary demands. Despite the concessions, the Tsarist regime resorted to brutal repression to crush the revolutionary movement. The government suppressed uprisings and targeted revolutionary leaders. By 1907, the revolutionary wave had largely subsided, and the Tsar reasserted his autocratic rule. While the 1905 revolution did not lead to the overthrow of the Tsarist regime, it had lasting consequences. The establishment of the State Duma marked the beginning of a limited constitutional monarchy, and political consciousness among the Russian populace continued to grow. The events of 1905 planted the seeds for the more radical and successful Russian Revolution of 1917. The experiences of 1905 provided lessons for both the revolutionary leaders and the Tsarist government. The shortcomings of the concessions and the harsh repression fueled long-term discontent, setting the stage for the more profound and transformative events of the February and October revolutions in 1917, which led to the establishment of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic. In conclusion, the Russian Revolution of 1905 was a crucial moment in Russian history, foreshadowing the deeper upheavals that would follow. It revealed the fragility of the autocratic regime, ignited revolutionary fervor, and set in motion forces that would ultimately reshape Russia's political landscape. The founding of Rolls-Royce Limited. In the early years of the 20th century, a legendary British automobile brand was born, destined to become synonymous with luxury, quality, and craftsmanship. The story of Rolls-Royce Limited, founded by Charles Rolls and Henry Royce, is one of entrepreneurial spirit and engineering excellence. Charles Rolls, an automobile enthusiast and accomplished balloonist, was the first Briton to make a non-stop double crossing of the English Channel by plane. His passion for innovation and adventure led him to the emerging world of automobiles. On the other hand, Henry Royce, an engineer and perfectionist, was committed to building the finest cars with the utmost attention to detail and quality. The fateful meeting of these two visionaries occurred in May 1904. Charles Rolls was in pursuit of exceptional automobiles to sell in his London-based dealership, while Henry Royce was seeking a partner who could help him sell his high-quality automobiles. Rolls was immediately impressed by Royce's two-cylinder car, and they struck a deal. Charles Rolls would sell the cars, and Henry Royce would manufacture them. The collaboration between Rolls and Royce led to the establishment of Rolls-Royce Limited on March 15, 1906. Their first car, the Rolls-Royce 10 horsepower, set a new standard for reliability and craftsmanship in the automobile industry. It wasn't long before the brand gained a reputation for producing the best car in the world. Rolls-Royce's excellence didn't go unnoticed. The company received a royal seal of approval when King Edward VII purchased a 40/50th of a horsepower Silver Ghost in 1907. This car, renowned for its quietness and smooth ride, solidified Rolls-Royce's position as a luxury automobile manufacturer. Rolls-Royce went on to produce a series of iconic models, including the Phantom I, Phantom II, and the legendary Phantom III. These cars were celebrated for their exceptional engineering, power, and opulence, making them the preferred choice of royalty, celebrities, and heads of state. While the company initially focused on automobiles, it later ventured into aviation and manufacturing aircraft engines. Rolls-Royce's aero engines played a crucial role in both World War I and World War II, solidifying their reputation as pioneers in engineering. Today, Rolls-Royce Limited continues to produce some of the most luxurious and powerful cars in the world. The spirit of ecstasy, the iconic hood ornament, remains a symbol of prestige and elegance. Rolls-Royce's commitment to excellence and innovation endures, making it a timeless emblem of automotive and engineering achievement. The founding of Rolls-Royce Limited is a testament to the pursuit of perfection, and their enduring legacy in both the automotive and aerospace industries continues to captivate enthusiasts and connoisseurs around the globe.
In the early 20th century, the world was on the brink of a remarkable transformation in communication. It was a time when technology and ingenuity converged to connect distant shores, revolutionizing the way people shared information across the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean. This is the story of the pioneers who paved the way for transatlantic communication, a tale of determination, innovation, and unwavering commitment. Join us on this journey as we explore the lives of the individuals who made global communication possible, enriching your English language skills along the way. Chapter 1: The Quest for Transatlantic Connection. At the turn of the century, transatlantic communication was a dream that many had contemplated, but few had dared to chase. It was a time when the written word, telegraphs, and cables were the primary means of conveying information across the ocean. The need for a more efficient and faster mode of communication was evident. Section 1: Guglielmo Marconi, the wireless visionary. Guglielmo Marconi, an Italian inventor and engineer, emerged as a pioneer of wireless telegraphy. Born in Bologna, Italy, in 1874, Marconi was captivated by the possibilities of radio waves and their potential for long-distance communication. Marconi's journey began with a simple yet groundbreaking vision to send messages wirelessly across great distances. He conducted a series of experiments, refining the wireless telegraphy system, and in 1901, he successfully transmitted the letter S in Morse code from Poldhu, Cornwall, England, to St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada. This historic achievement marked the birth of transatlantic wireless communication. The world looked on in awe as Marconi's vision unfolded before their eyes. The wireless transmission of messages across the Atlantic Ocean was a feat that defied the limitations of existing communication technologies. It signaled the dawn of a new era in global communication. Marconi's pioneering not only led to the development of wireless telegraphy, but also laid the foundation for modern radio and television. His legacy endures in the wireless technologies that surround us today. Chapter 2: A Language of Innovation. The quest for transatlantic communication was not merely a technical endeavor. It was a testament to human innovation and a common language that transcended borders. English, as the international language of science and diplomacy, played a central role in this historic pursuit. Section 2: Sir Oliver Lodge bridging the Atlantic divide. Sir Oliver Lodge, a British physicist and inventor, was at the forefront of electrical and electromagnetic research. Born in 1851, Lodge's contributions to the field of physics were nothing short of revolutionary. Lodge's work on the propagation of electromagnetic waves laid the theoretical foundation for the transmission of wireless messages. His innovative ideas, combined with his linguistic skills, allowed him to collaborate with Marconi in realizing the dream of transatlantic wireless communication. Lodge's influential research and expertise contributed significantly to the success of wireless telegraphy. The collaboration between Marconi and Lodge, two individuals from different countries, united by their shared language and passion for science, epitomized the spirit of international cooperation. Together, they transformed the world of communication and demonstrated the power of English as a global language of innovation. Chapter 3: The First Transatlantic Message. The successful transmission of the letter S across the Atlantic Ocean in 1901 was a momentous occasion that captured the world's imagination. It was a testament to human ingenuity and the relentless pursuit of progress. Section 3: The Historic Message We Are. On December 12, 1901, history was made when Marconi and his team embarked on the most ambitious wireless transmission yet. They sent a message from Poldhu, Cornwall, England, to Signal Hill, St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada. The message? We are. These 3 simple words held profound significance. They were a declaration of human achievement, a testament to the power of innovation, and a promise of future possibilities. The transmission of We Are marked the birth of transatlantic wireless communication, connecting continents in a way that had never been imagined before. The successful transmission of this message was met with jubilation and celebration. The achievement of Marconi, Lodge, and their teams was a triumph of human spirit and innovation, symbolizing the limitless potential of scientific discovery and global collaboration. Chapter 4: The Legacy of Transatlantic Communication. The impact of transatlantic communication extended far beyond the transmission of messages. It revolutionized global commerce, diplomacy, and personal connections. English, as the language of science and international affairs, played a pivotal role in this transformative era. Section 4: The Language of Progress. English emerged as the lingua franca of international communication, enabling individuals from diverse linguistic backgrounds to collaborate and exchange ideas. It became the language of progress, connecting scientists, inventors, and diplomats in a shared pursuit of a gap between nations and promoting cooperation in an increasingly interconnected world. The legacy of this era endures in the continued importance of English as a global language. English serves as a bridge for international discourse and a common language of innovation, scientific research, and diplomacy. Conclusion: the power of connection. The pioneers of transatlantic communication, including Guglielmo Marconi and Sir Oliver Lodge, defied the limitations of their time to connect distant shores. Their visionary work transformed the world of communication, ushering in an era of global connection and understanding. As you learn English through this story, pay attention to the rich vocabulary, idiomatic expressions, and conversational skills used to convey the achievements, emotions, and collaborative spirit of these pioneering individuals. This extended narrative not only offers language enrichment, but also provides valuable insights into the profound impact of innovation, global cooperation, and the enduring importance of English as a language of progress. The story of transatlantic communication in 1901 is a testament to the power of human ingenuity, transcending geographical boundaries and fostering a sense of unity and progress. Through this narrative, you not only improve
the Tunguska event, a cosmic catastrophe unveiled. As the early morning sun bathed the remote Siberian wilderness on June 30th, 1908, a region near the Tunguska River was about to witness an event that would leave an indelible mark on the pages of scientific history. In what is now known as the Tunguska event, a mysterious and cataclysmic explosion occurred, shrouded in the vastness of the Siberian taiga. Eyewitnesses, mainly from the Evenki indigenous group, reported seeing a brilliant flash of light in the sky, followed by a shock wave that knocked people off their feet and flattened trees for miles around. The explosion, estimated to be equivalent to 10 to 15 megatons of TNT, unleashed a force hundreds of times more powerful than the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima. The sheer remoteness of the Tunguska region meant that years passed before any scientific investigation could take place. In 1927, the Soviet scientific community organized an expedition led by Leonid Kulik to explore the site. What they discovered was a vast area of scorched trees radiating out from a central point, reminiscent of a radial pattern seen in nuclear explosions. The Tunguska event sparked intense scientific curiosity, leading to various theories about its cause. The prevailing hypothesis is that a celestial body, possibly a comet or a small asteroid, entered Earth's atmosphere and disintegrated before reaching the ground. The energy released in the explosion caused the devastation observed in the taiga. One of the puzzling aspects of the Tunguska event is the absence of a discernible impact crater, while traditional meteorite impacts leave craters. The lack of one at Tunguska fueled speculation about the nature of the object. It is believed that the celestial body disintegrated in the atmosphere, preventing a direct impact on the Earth's surface. The Tunguska event significantly influenced the study of near-Earth objects and planetary defense. It highlighted the potential threat posed by celestial bodies and the importance of monitoring and tracking them to mitigate the risk of future impacts. The event spurred global efforts to detect and characterize near-Earth objects that could pose a danger to our planet. The Tunguska event remains the most significant impact event in recorded history in terms of its impact energy. While it caused no direct human casualties due to its remote location, it serves as a stark reminder of the dynamic and sometimes perilous interactions between Earth and celestial bodies. The mystery of Tunguska continues to captivate scientists and enthusiasts alike, reminding us of the inspiring forces at play in the cosmos. The Tunguska event of 1908 stands as a testament to the cosmic forces that shape our world, from the blinding flash in the Siberian sky to the far-reaching consequences for scientific inquiry. This celestial mystery has left an enduring legacy. The Tunguska event serves as a celestial marker, prompting humanity to explore the cosmos with a newfound awareness of the potential hazards that lurk in the vastness of space. Anything, everything is possible. Thomas Edison's optimistic vision. As the 20th century dawned, the world was in the midst of a transformative era marked by technological advancements and scientific breakthroughs. Thomas Edison, already renowned for his pioneering work in electricity and the invention of the phonograph and the light bulb, stood at the forefront of this age of innovation. In 1908, Thomas Edison's quote, "Anything, everything is possible," encapsulated his unwavering belief in the boundless potential of human ingenuity. Edison, often referred to as the Wizard of Menlo Park, had a remarkable ability to envision a future where challenges were opportunities, and where the limits of what could be achieved were constantly pushed. Edison's career was characterized not only by his numerous inventions, but also by his mindset of continuous reinvention. He understood that the pursuit of knowledge and the willingness to explore uncharted territories were key to progress. Whether it was the development of motion pictures or improvements in electric power systems, Edison embraced the idea that there were no insurmountable barriers to human achievement. Edison's quote reflected a spirit of possibility that permeated the air in the early 1900s. It was an era marked by a sense of optimism where inventors, scientists, and thinkers believed that they could unravel the mysteries of the universe and harness the forces of nature for the benefit of humanity. Throughout his career, Edison faced numerous challenges and setbacks. However, his mindset of viewing obstacles as opportunities allowed him to overcome adversity. The quote captures not only the optimism of the time, but also Edison's personal resilience and determination to push the boundaries of what was considered achievable. Thomas Edison's legacy extends far beyond his individual inventions. His mindset of boundless possibility left an indelible mark on the culture of innovation. The idea that anything, everything, is possible became a guiding principle for future generations of inventors, entrepreneurs, and visionaries who sought to make a positive impact on the world. Even today, Edison's quote serves as a source of inspiration for those navigating the challenges of a rapidly changing world. It reminds us that, no matter the complexities we face, a mindset of possibility and a commitment to pushing the limits of what is achievable can lead to remarkable discoveries and advancements. In 1908, as the world brimmed with possibilities and the age of innovation unfolded, Thomas Edison's words echoed a sentiment that transcended time. Anything, everything is possible encapsulated not only the spirit of the early 20th century, but also the enduring belief that, with imagination, determination, and a relentless pursuit of knowledge, humanity can achieve the seemingly impossible.
Certainly. Here's a bedtime story entitled, Bedtime in the Enchanted Forest. Welcome to Short Stories Galore, home of captivating short stories. Once upon a time, in a land where magic flowed through the very air, there existed a place known as the Enchanted Forest. This forest was unlike any other, for it was home to creatures of wonder and whimsy, and its trees whispered secrets only the moon had heard. In the heart of the Enchanted Forest, there stood a cottage bathed in the soft glow of firefly lanterns. This cottage belonged to a gentle soul named Luna, whose kindness was as boundless as the starry sky. Luna was known far and wide as the keeper of bedtime, for she possessed a magical gift. She could weave dreams into the very fabric of the night, ensuring that every slumber was filled with enchanting tales and adventures. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, Luna would step onto her wooden porch. She would raise her arms to the heavens, and a soft, melodic hum would escape her lips. With each note, fireflies would gather around her, forming a luminous orchestra that played the sweetest lullabies. Children and adults from all corners of the Enchanted Forest would gather beneath Luna's porch, their eyes filled with anticipation. They knew that when Luna began to tell her bedtime stories, they would be transported to worlds of magic and wonder. On one particularly enchanting evening, Luna's porch was bathed in the soft glow of 1,000 fireflies. The forest seemed to hold its breath, eager to hear the tale that awaited. Luna, with her long flowing hair the color of moonlight, began her story in a voice as soothing as a gentle breeze. Tonight, my dear friends, I shall tell you the tale of Alara and the whispering willows. The forest rustled in anticipation as Luna's words wove a tapestry of wonder. Alara was a young girl, with eyes as bright as the morning sun, and a heart filled with curiosity. She lived on the edge of the enchanted forest, and spent her days exploring the wonders it held. Luna's voice carried the listeners deeper into the story. One warm summer's day, as Alara ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, she came upon a grove of ancient willow trees. These were no ordinary willows, for they were the whispering willows, known to hold the secrets of the forest within their branches. As Luna continued to spin her tale, the forest came alive with a soft, melodic rustling, as if the trees themselves were whispering secrets to the listeners. Alara, with her heart full of curiosity, approached the oldest and grandest of the whispering willows. She placed her hand upon its gnarled bark and closed her eyes, listening with all her might. The fireflies above seemed to dance in harmony with Luna's words, casting a warm and enchanting light upon the rapt audience. And then, my dear friends, Luna continued, the whispering willow spoke to Alara. It shared with her the stories of the forest, the songs of the birds, and the wisdom of the ages. As Luna's tale unfolded, the listeners felt as though they were standing alongside Alara, their hearts filled with the magic of the enchanted forest. Alara spent hours beneath the whispering willow, learning the language of the trees and the songs of the wind. She became a guardian of the forest, a protector of its secrets. With each word, Luna's voice grew softer, like a lullaby carried on a gentle breeze. And so, my dear friends, as the moon rises high in the sky, we too become guardians of the night, protectors of dreams. Close your eyes and let the stories of the enchanted forest carry you into slumber. As Luna's voice faded into the night, the fireflies above continued their dance, casting a soft and soothing light upon the sleeping forest. The listeners, young and old, drifted into dreams filled with the wonders of the enchanted forest, knowing that Luna would be there to greet them with stories untold when they awoke. And so, in the heart of the enchanted forest, bedtime was a time of magic and wonder, a time when dreams became reality and the night itself whispered tales of enchantment. The enchantment of bedtime lies not only in the tales we hear, but also in the moments we share with those we love. Just as Luna wove dreams into the night, we have the power to create magical bedtime experiences for ourselves and our loved ones. Bedtime is a time to nurture curiosity, imagination, and a sense of wonder, fostering a deep connection to the world of dreams and the enchanting stories that dwell within it. So, embrace the bedtime rituals that bring comfort and solace, for in the twilight hours, we find the magic of dreams and the warmth of togetherness.
A Penny's Tale, the birth of the Lincoln headset. As the United States entered the 20th century, a new era was marked by innovation, progress, and a desire to commemorate historical figures. The humble penny, featuring the likeness of Abraham Lincoln, underwent a transformation that would leave a lasting impact on numismatics. In 1909, to honor the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's birth, the U.S. Mint decided to redesign the penny. Victor David Brenner, a talented sculptor, was chosen to create the new coin. His vision was to feature a bust of Lincoln on the obverse side and the image of wheat on the reverse. Brenner's design, highlighting Lincoln's profile, was met with acclaim for its artistic merit and historical significance. However, the inclusion of Brenner's initials, VDB, on the reverse side sparked controversy. After an initial release with the initials, they were removed later in the year due to concerns about their prominence. On August 2, 1909, the first Lincoln head pennies were released to the public. The coin quickly gained popularity for its distinctive design, marking the first time a historical figure, other than Lady Liberty, was featured on a circulating U.S. coin. The Lincoln headset became a symbol of national pride. The reverse side of the coin featured 2 ears of wheat, flanking the words 1 cent. The inclusion of wheat symbolized American agriculture and prosperity. This design endured until 1958, when it was replaced by the Lincoln Memorial design. The introduction of the Lincoln head cent left a lasting impact on numismatics. It became a cherished collectible, with enthusiasts and coin collectors eagerly seeking different minting variations and editions. The coin's artistic and historical significance made it a standout in the realm of U.S. coinage. Over the years, the Lincoln penny underwent various changes, including the shift to the Lincoln Memorial design in 1959 and the introduction of the Lincoln Shield set in 2010. Each iteration reflects the evolving artistic sensibilities and historical commemorations of its time. The first Lincoln head penny of 1909 represents more than a numismatic artifact. It is a tangible tribute to one of America's greatest leaders. From Brenner's artistic vision to the controversies surrounding the initial design, the penny's tale is one of artistic expression, historical homage, and enduring significance in the pockets and collections of millions. A spectacle of athletic achievement. The first Olympic Games in the United States. In the year 1904, the United States welcomed the world to St. Louis, Missouri, to participate in the 3rd edition of the modern Olympic Games. This was a historic moment, as it marked the first time the Olympics were hosted on American soil. The event took place in the midst of the St. Louis World's Fair, also known as the Louisiana Purchase Exposition, which celebrated the centennial of the Louisiana Purchase. The decision to host the Olympics alongside the World's Fair was a double-edged sword. On one hand, it garnered attention and increased participation, but on the other hand, it led to some logistical challenges. The Games spanned from July 1st to November 23, 1904, but most of the events took place in August and early September. The 1904 Olympics featured a variety of sports and some of the disciplines were quite unusual by today's standards. For instance, there were competitions in sports like tug-of-war, a variation of croquet, and even an Olympic marathon that was full of peculiar incidents. One of the most famous events of the 1904 Olympics was the marathon. The race was initially designed to be 26 miles long, but due to a last-minute decision to start at the stadium, the length extended to about 24.85 miles. The weather on race day was scorching, and the route included dusty roads, hills, and even a few unpaved sections. The marathon is best remembered for the bizarre circumstances that unfolded. Only 32 athletes from 4 nations participated, and several failed to finish. Fred Lors of the United States initially crossed the finish line first, but was disqualified for covering part of the course by car. The gold medal eventually went to Thomas Hicks, an American athlete who received a mixture of strychnine and egg whites from his handlers to keep him going. The 1904 Olympics saw some notable firsts. It was the first time athletes competed from outside Europe, as participants came from countries like Cuba and South Africa. Additionally, gymnastics was introduced as an Olympic sport, and George Acer, a German-American athlete, made history by winning 6 medals in one day, a feat unmatched to this day. The Games also featured sports that were popular in the United States, like American football, boxing, and baseball. American athletes, therefore, dominated many events, contributing to the nation's success. In the medal tally, the home advantage was evident, as the U.S. won the most medals in almost every category. The 1904 Olympics marked a significant step in the development of the modern Olympic Games, as it demonstrated the potential for growth and international participation. Despite its quirks and unconventional moments, these games paved the way for future editions, helping to solidify the importance of the Olympic movement. As the world watched in amazement, the 1904 Olympics in St. Louis showcased the triumphs, challenges, and uniqueness that define the spirit of the Olympic Games. The event left a lasting legacy, setting the stage for the growth and evolution of the Games into the global phenomenon they are today. Deeds, not words. The formation of the Women's Social and Political Union. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, women's rights and suffrage were topics of growing importance. Women in the United Kingdom, like in many other parts of the world, were pushing for political representation and social change. Recognizing the need for a united and impactful movement, a group of women came together to establish the Women's Social and Political Union, WSPU. This organization would go on to play a pivotal role in the fight for women's suffrage in the UK. Emmeline Pankhurst, a remarkable and charismatic woman, emerged as a prominent leader in the suffrage movement. She was instrumental in forming the WSPU and became its first president. Her passion and determination inspired countless women to join the cause. The WSPU adopted the slogan "Deeds, not words," reflecting their commitment to direct action and civil disobedience. Members of the Union engaged in a variety of tactics to draw attention to the suffrage cause, from protests and marches to acts of civil disobedience. WSPU members, known as suffragettes, were willing to take bold and sometimes controversial actions to advance their cause. They faced arrests, imprisonment, and force-feeding while protesting for their right to vote. The British government responded to the suffragette actions with measures like the Cat and Mouse Act. Under this law, hunger-striking suffragettes in prison were released to recover their health, only to be rearrested once they were fit for imprisonment again. The suffrage movement was not limited to the UK. Women worldwide were fighting for their rights. The WSPU and its leaders maintained connections with other suffrage organizations, contributing to a global network of activists. The outbreak of World War I brought new opportunities. Women's contributions to the war effort highlighted their capabilities, and in 1918, the Representation of the People Act granted women over 30 the right to vote. The Women's Social and Political Union left an enduring legacy. Their dedication and resilience were instrumental in paving the way for women's suffrage and increased gender equality. The fight for equal rights continues today, guided by the spirit of those early suffragettes. While significant progress has been made, the struggle for gender equality is ongoing. The Women's Social and Political Union's legacy inspires current and future generations to advocate for a more inclusive and just society. Oklahoma becomes a state. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the American frontier was rapidly closing, and the United States was experiencing a period of westward expansion. This expansion brought settlers, entrepreneurs, and new opportunities to the region, including the vast and diverse territory known as Indian Territory, which is now the state of Oklahoma. Prior to becoming a state, the area that would become Oklahoma was home to various Native American tribes, including the Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, and Seminole nations. These tribes had been forcibly relocated to the region as a result of the Indian removal policies of the 1830s, most notably the Trail of Tears. The Indian Territory was set aside for these tribes in the 1830s, and they established self-governing nations with their own governments and laws. As more settlers moved into the region, and as the railroad expanded, the call for statehood grew stronger. The U.S. government and the settlers saw economic opportunities and growth potential in the territory. Additionally, the idea of consolidating the Indian Territory and the Oklahoma Territory into a single state gained momentum. One of the key events in the path to statehood was the land run of 1889, in which settlers rushed to claim land in the Oklahoma Territory when it was open for settlement. This event marked the beginning of the transformation of Oklahoma from a frontier territory to a more settled and organized region. Over the years, several land runs and land lotteries took place, leading to the establishment of towns and cities throughout the territory. The city of Guthrie, for instance, served as the territorial capital, and Oklahoma City, which was established during the land run of 1889, eventually became the state's capital. The movement for statehood gained further momentum. In the early 20th century, and on November 16, 1907, Oklahoma officially became the 46th state of the United States. The new state encompassed both the Indian Territory and the Oklahoma Territory. Oklahoma's journey to statehood was marked by complex negotiations and changes, especially concerning the tribal nations within its borders. When the state was admitted to the Union, it had a unique status among the states, as it was still home to numerous Native American citizens and tribal governments. These complexities continue to influence the state's politics and culture to this day. Oklahoma's admission as a state represented not only the westward expansion and growth of the United States, but also the intricate interplay of Native American history, territorial politics, and the pursuit of the American dream on the frontier. The state's rich and diverse history, influenced by Native American heritage and pioneer spirit, has left an indelible mark on the fabric of the United States. The San Francisco Fire. In the early hours of April 18, 1906, the vibrant city of San Francisco awoke to the devastating tremors of a massive earthquake. The ground shook violently for 45 seconds, leaving buildings swaying, streets buckling, and terrified residents scrambling for safety. But little did they know that the worst was yet to come. The earthquake, estimated to have a magnitude of 7.8, ruptured along the northern part of the San Andreas Fault, causing widespread destruction across the city. Gas lines ruptured, sparking fires that would soon engulf entire neighborhoods. The city's outdated water supply infrastructure, with its limited access to water hydrants, proved insufficient to combat the rapidly spreading flames. As the fires rage out of control, the authorities struggle to coordinate a response. Calls for help went unanswered, as many communication lines were severed. The combination of the earthquake's devastation and the unrelenting fires left the city in chaos. Even the famed Palace Hotel, believed to be fireproof, succumbed to the inferno. For 3 days, the fires continued to burn, and the city was in a state of anarchy. Looters took advantage of the chaos, and desperate citizens fought for basic necessities. The military was called in to maintain order and assist with firefighting efforts. The scale of the disaster was immense. Nearly 500 city blocks were reduced to ashes, leaving over 200,000 people homeless. The death toll reached an estimated 3,000. Although the true number may never be known, the destruction was so profound that San Francisco's population would be forever changed, with many residents relocating to other cities and regions. In the aftermath of the disaster, the city of San Francisco faced the monumental task of rebuilding. Civic leaders, including Mayor Eugene Schmitz, embarked on a massive reconstruction effort. Modern building codes were implemented, and the city's infrastructure was redesigned to better withstand future earthquakes. This transformation laid the groundwork for the San Francisco we know today. The 1906 San Francisco earthquake and fire left an indelible mark on the city's history. It serves as a testament to the resilience and determination of its residents who, despite unimaginable challenges, came together to rebuild and create a stronger, more vibrant metropolis. This tragic event reminds us of the power of community, the importance of disaster preparedness, and the enduring spirit of San Francisco. This story of tragedy, resilience, and rebirth continues to captivate and inspire people to this day, reminding us that even in the face of the most devastating events, the human spirit can triumph and rebuild anew. Welcome to Historical Bedtime Stories, your portal to a world of captivating narratives that transport you through time and inspire your imagination. We are dedicated to curating and narrating historical tales that are perfect for bedtime listeners seeking a peaceful and educational journey into the past. Our channel is not only a treasure trove of stories, but also a valuable resource for English learners as we weave rich vocabulary, expressive dialogues, and eloquent narration into our narratives. Whether you're honing your language skills or simply enjoying a bedtime tale, our content caters to both your linguistic and relaxation needs. For the history enthusiasts among us, Historical Bedtime Stories offers a window into the events and figures that shaped our world. We delve into the annals of history to uncover remarkable stories of perseverance, innovation, and the indomitable human spirit. So join us on this enchanting journey, where every video is a blend of relaxation and education. Subscribe to Historical Bedtime Stories today, and let us guide you through the past, one fascinating story at a time. Jack Johnson versus Tommy Burns. Breaking barriers in the boxing ring. In the early 20th century, boxing was not only a sport but a reflection of the racial tensions and inequalities of the time. African American fighters faced significant barriers, with segregation deeply entrenched in both society and the sporting world. Born in Galveston, Texas in 1878, Jack Johnson emerged as a remarkable figure in the boxing world, known for his exceptional skill, charisma, and unapologetic confidence. Johnson quickly rose through the ranks of the heavyweight division, earning a shot at the championship. On December 26, 1908, at Sydney Stadium in Australia, Jack Johnson faced off against Tommy Burns, the reigning heavyweight champion. Johnson, at 30 years old, was determined to break the color barrier and claim the title that had been elusive for African American fighters. The fight between Johnson and Burns was historic on multiple fronts. Johnson's superior skill and strategy quickly became apparent, and in the 14th round, the referee declared Johnson the winner by technical knockout. Jack Johnson had become the first African American to hold the world heavyweight title. Johnson's victory had a profound impact beyond the boxing ring. In an era marked by racial segregation and discrimination, a black man holding the prestigious title challenged societal norms and ignited conversations about race relations. While Johnson's victory was celebrated by many, it also fueled racial animosity. The idea of a black man being the heavyweight champion was met with hostility from some quarters. Johnson's unapologetic demeanor and relationships with white women further intensified the racial tensions surrounding him. Jack Johnson's reign as the heavyweight champion was marked by both triumphs and challenges. His impact on boxing and race relations extended far beyond his time in the ring. Johnson's legacy as a trailblazer paved the way for future generations of African American athletes to break down racial barriers in sports. Despite facing challenges and enduring racism, Jack Johnson's achievements in the boxing world stood as a testament to his resilience and determination. His legacy became a source of inspiration for African American athletes who aspired to excel in sports despite the societal obstacles they faced. The 1908 bout between Jack Johnson and Tommy Burns was not just a boxing match, it was a pivotal moment in the history of sports and race relations. Johnson's victory shattered racial barriers, opening doors for future generations and leaving an indelible mark on the landscape of boxing and the fight against racial inequality. Entente Cordial, a pivotal turning point in Franco-British relations. In the early 20th century, Europe was a continent fraught with tensions and rivalries, a complex web of alliances and suspicions that would ultimately lead to the cataclysmic events of World War I. Amidst this tumultuous backdrop, two longtime adversaries, the United Kingdom and France, came together to forge a historic agreement that would reshape the course of European history, the Entente Cordial. For centuries, France and England had been engaged in a series of conflicts stemming from territorial disputes, religious divides, and power struggles. The 100 Years' War, fought between the 14th and 15th centuries, had left a deep-seated enmity between the two nations. This hostility persisted through subsequent centuries, as both empires expanded their colonial reach and vied for supremacy. By the turn of the 20th century, the two nations found themselves in a different world, one in which colonial expansionism was a key element of national prestige and power. France and the United Kingdom were no strangers to colonial disputes, particularly in North Africa and Southeast Asia. It became clear that diplomacy was the only way to resolve these matters, without the risk of all-out war. In 1903, diplomatic talks began in earnest between the two nations. The primary architects of the Entente Cordial were French Foreign Minister Théophile Delcasse and British Ambassador to France Paul Cambon. They worked tirelessly to iron out the myriad colonial issues that had previously caused tension and even conflict. The Entente Cordial consisted of several agreements, with the most notable being the exchange of territories. France recognized the British possession of Egypt, while the UK recognized France's dominance in Morocco. These compromises diffused existing tensions and allowed each nation to focus on its colonial interests without the threat of conflict with the other. The signing of the Entente Cordial on April 8, 1904, marked a significant turning point in Franco-British relations. While it was not a formal alliance, it paved the way for greater cooperation between the two nations and established a foundation of trust. This trust would prove invaluable in the tumultuous years ahead. During World War I, when France and the UK, along with Russia, formed the Triple Entente to oppose the Central Powers. As World War I erupted in 1914, the Entente Cordial evolved into a formal alliance, solidifying the bonds between France and the United Kingdom together. They faced the challenges of the Great War, a conflict that would profoundly alter the course of history. The Entente Cordial serves as a reminder that even long-standing adversaries can find common ground through diplomacy and negotiation. It is a testament to the power of dialogue in preventing conflicts that can have far-reaching and devastating consequences. The legacy of the Entente Cordial endures as a symbol of the possibility for peace even in the face of historic animosities.
In the year 1901, the world was on the cusp of a new era, marked by remarkable advancements in science, literature, and humanitarian efforts. It was a year when the very first Nobel Prizes were awarded, forever changing the landscape of recognition and honor in these fields. The story begins with Wilhelm Conrad Röntgen, a visionary physicist hailing from Germany. In the late 19th century, Röntgen made a groundbreaking discovery that would revolutionize the world of medicine. While experimenting with cathode rays, he observed a strange glow that permeated through a dark room. This radiant phenomenon was soon known as X-rays, and it held the potential to unveil the secrets hidden beneath the surface of the human body. For his groundbreaking work, Röntgen was awarded the first ever Nobel Prize in Physics in 1901. His remarkable discovery paved the way for the development of X-ray imaging, transforming the field of medical diagnostics. The impact of his work on healthcare and science is immeasurable, and his name remains synonymous with the revolutionary invention of X-rays. Wilhelm Conrad Röntgen, pioneer of X-ray imaging. The story of Wilhelm Conrad Röntgen, the physicist who unveiled the invisible, reads like a tale of scientific curiosity and groundbreaking discovery. Born on March 27, 1845, in Lennep, a town in what is now Germany, Röntgen displayed an early aptitude for the sciences. His journey into the world of physics would eventually lead to a revelation that would change the course of medical diagnostics and scientific exploration. As Röntgen delved into the field of physics, he found himself captivated by the emerging study of cathode rays. The phenomenon fascinated scientists across Europe, and Röntgen, ever the inquisitive mind, sought to understand it more deeply. His relentless experimentation with cathode rays would lead him to a discovery that would earn him worldwide recognition and the first Nobel Prize in Physics. The breakthrough occurred in 1895 when Röntgen was conducting experiments in his laboratory at the University of Augsburg. He worked with a cathode ray tube, a device that produced a stream of electrons. To his astonishment, he observed that a fluorescent screen in the room began to glow, despite being some distance away from the cathode ray tube. The phenomenon could not be explained by the known properties of cathode rays. Determined to understand this mysterious effect, Röntgen meticulously conducted a series of experiments. He covered the cathode ray tube with heavy black cardboard to ensure no light escaped. Yet, the distant screen continued to glow. He realized that something entirely new and unanticipated was at play. Intrigued by this unexplainable glow, Röntgen decided to further investigate this mysterious radiation. He called this unknown form of radiation X-rays, using the mathematical designation X to signify something unknown. Röntgen was not only the first to observe X-rays, but also the first to systematically study and document their properties. He discovered that X-rays had the unique ability to pass through most substances, including the human body, while leaving detailed images on a photographic plate. Recognizing the potential of his discovery, Röntgen embarked on a journey to explore its applications in the medical field. His work led to the creation of the first X-ray images of the human body, forever changing the landscape of medicine and diagnostics. The transformative power of X-rays became evident as Röntgen's findings were shared with the world. In a matter of weeks, X-ray machines were being used in hospitals and medical facilities to diagnose conditions that were previously hidden from view. The ability to see inside the human body without invasive procedures was nothing short of revolutionary. The impact of Röntgen's discovery was immediate and profound. It opened new possibilities in medical diagnostics, enabling doctors to identify fractures, foreign objects, and diseases with unprecedented accuracy. The use of X-rays in surgery and dentistry became widespread, and their applications extended beyond medicine to fields such as industry and security. In recognition of his extraordinary contribution to science and medicine, Wilhelm Conrad Röntgen was awarded the first Nobel Prize in Physics in 1901. His discovery of X-rays not only advanced our understanding of the physical world, but also saved countless lives and continues to play a crucial role in modern healthcare. Sully Prudhomme, the poet laureate of the first Nobel Prize in Literature. As the world entered the 20th century, literature was in the midst of a renaissance, with writers and poets exploring new realms of human experience and expression. It was against this backdrop that the French poet Sully Prudhomme, born as Renfrenois Armand Prudhomme, emerged as a luminary of his time. Prudhomme's journey to becoming the inaugural Nobel laureate in literature was marked by a deep connection with the written word and a profound exploration of human emotions and experiences. He was born on March 16, 1839, in Paris, France, and from an early age, displayed a keen interest in literature and philosophy. His early career included studies in science and philosophy, and he briefly pursued a career as an engineer. However, it was the world of poetry that captured his heart and imagination. Prudhomme's poetic journey was characterized by a lyrical and introspective style that delved into themes of human existence, love, and the complexities of life. The turning point in Prudhomme's literary career came with the publication of his collection of poems, Stances et Poemies, in 1865. The work received critical acclaim and established him as a poet of significant merit. His exploration of the human psyche and emotions resonated with readers and critics alike. Throughout his career, Prudhomme's writings delved into the complexities of human emotions and the essence of existence. His poetry was characterized by its introspective and philosophical nature, often exploring themes of love, melancholy, and the human condition. His words possessed a unique power to evoke deep emotions and contemplation. In 1901, Sully Prudhomme received the first Nobel Prize in Literature, marking a historic moment in the world of letters. The Nobel Committee recognized him for his ability to convey profound emotions and philosophical reflections through the medium of poetry. His work was celebrated for its introspective and lyrical qualities, which invited readers to explore the depths of the human experience. The Nobel Prize in Literature served as a testament to the enduring power of language and the capacity of poetry to touch the human soul. Prudhomme's contribution to the literary world left an indelible mark, and his recognition as the first Nobel laureate in literature paved the way for countless writers and poets who would follow in his footsteps. Henry Dunant and Frédéric Passy, architects of peace and humanitarianism. The Nobel Peace Prize is a symbol of the world's commitment to peace, diplomacy, and the alleviation of human suffering. In 1901, the first Nobel Peace Prizes were awarded to two individuals whose dedication to humanitarian efforts and the promotion of international peace had a profound and lasting impact. Henry Dunant, the visionary behind the Red Cross. The story of Henry Dunant, a Swiss philanthropist and social activist, is inextricably linked with the founding of the Red Cross and the principles of humanitarianism. Born on May 8, 1828, in Geneva, Switzerland, Dunant's early years were marked by a strong sense of compassion and a commitment to alleviating human suffering. Dunant's life took a significant turn on June 24, 1859, during the Battle of Solferino in Italy. He was traveling through the region and witnessed the aftermath of the battle, where tens of thousands of wounded soldiers lay abandoned and in desperate need of medical care. The horrific scene left an indelible mark on Dunant, and he felt compelled to take action. In the aftermath of the Battle of Solferino, Dunant rallied local townspeople to provide aid to the wounded soldiers, regardless of their nationality. He organized makeshift hospitals and care for the injured, setting an example of compassion and neutrality during times of conflict. Dunant's experience at Solferino inspired him to pen a book titled The Memory of Solferino, in which he advocated for the establishment of volunteer groups to provide care to the wounded on the battlefield. He also proposed the formation of international agreements to protect the wounded and those providing care, regardless of their affiliation. Dunant's vision gave birth to the idea of the Red Cross, an international humanitarian organization that would offer aid to those in need during times of war and peace. In 1863, he co-founded the International Committee of the Red Cross and played a pivotal role in the creation of the Geneva Convention, which established protections for wounded soldiers and medical personnel during armed conflicts. The impact of Dunant's vision was felt worldwide. The Red Cross became a symbol of compassion, neutrality, and assistance to the vulnerable. In recognition of his pioneering efforts in the field of humanitarianism, Henry Dunant was jointly awarded the first Nobel Peace Prize in 1901, alongside Frédéric Passy. Frédéric Passy, the champion of peace and diplomacy. Frédéric Passy, a French economist and pacifist, shared the distinction of receiving the first Nobel Peace Prize with Henry Dunant. Born on May 20, 1822, in Paris, Passy's life was marked by a deep commitment to peace and diplomacy. Passy's early career was defined by his involvement in economic and social causes. He was an advocate for free trade and held a strong belief in the power of diplomacy to resolve conflicts. His work as an economist and public intellectual earned him recognition and respect in France and beyond. Passy's commitment to peace was galvanized by the tumultuous events of the 19th century, which saw Europe engulfed in conflicts and tensions. He became a vocal advocate for international arbitration as a means of resolving disputes between nations, firmly believing in the potential of diplomacy to avert armed conflicts. In 1867, Passy co-founded the Ligue de la Paix et de la Liberté, League of Peace and Freedom, an organization dedicated to the promotion of disarmament, international cooperation, and the resolution of conflicts through peaceful means. The League played a crucial role in advocating for peaceful solutions to international disputes. Passy's dedication to the cause of peace was unwavering, and his work laid the groundwork for the peace movements of the 20th century. His advocacy for disarmament, international arbitration, and diplomacy was instrumental in shaping the principles that underlie the modern quest for global peace. In recognition of their pioneering efforts in humanitarianism and the promotion of international peace, Henry Dunant and Frédéric Passy were jointly awarded the first Nobel Peace Prize in 1901. Their legacies endure in the form of the Red Cross, the principles of humanitarian assistance, and the enduring pursuit of peaceful resolution to global conflicts. The impact and legacy of the first Nobel laureates. The year 1901 marked a historic moment, as the first Nobel Prizes were awarded to individuals who had made extraordinary contributions to science, literature, and humanitarian efforts. The laureates of 1901, Wilhelm Conrad Röntgen, Sully Prudhomme, Henry Dunant, and Frédéric Passy, left an indelible mark on their respective fields, shaping the course of history and human progress. Wilhelm Conrad Röntgen's discovery of X-rays revolutionized the field of medicine, providing a non-invasive means of peering inside the human body. His innovative work has saved countless lives and continues to be a cornerstone of modern healthcare. The name Röntgen remains synonymous with the transformative power of scientific discovery. Sully Prudhomme's recognition as the first Nobel laureate in literature served as a testament to the enduring power of poetry and the written word. His introspective and philosophical verses continue to inspire readers and writers, inviting them to explore the depths of the human experience. The humanitarian legacies of Henry Dunant and Frédéric Passy have reverberated through the decades, offering hope and assistance to those in need during times of conflict and crisis. The founding of the Red Cross and the advocacy for peaceful diplomacy have left an indelible mark on the principles of compassion and international cooperation. The impact of these distinguished laureates reaches far beyond their lifetimes. Their contributions to science, literature, and humanitarianism continue to inspire and shape the world. The Nobel Prizes, established in their honor, serve as a reminder of the enduring potential of human achievement and the transformative power of knowledge, compassion, and the written word. As you immerse yourself in this narrative, pay attention to the rich vocabulary and conversational skills used to convey the achievements, emotions, and contributions of these distinguished laureates. This extended story offers an opportunity to enhance your English language skills while delving into the remarkable journeys of these remarkable individuals. The world of 1901 was one of immense change and progress, and the stories of these Nobel laureates reflect the spirit of their times. It is a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit, the pursuit of knowledge, and the boundless potential of literature, science, and humanitarianism. Through the story of the first Nobel laureates, you not only improve your language skills, but also gain insight into the profound impact of these exceptional individuals on our world. Their contributions continue to shape the course of history and inspire generations to come.
Bakelite, the birth of modern plastics. In the early 20th century, a significant breakthrough in materials science occurred with the invention of bakelite. Belgian chemist Leo Baekeland, seeking an alternative to shellac, embarked on a journey that would revolutionize the world of plastics. In 1907, Baekeland successfully synthesized the first fully synthetic plastic bakelite. This new material was unlike anything seen before, as it could be molded into various forms and maintained its shape while providing electrical insulation. Bakelite's versatility quickly captured the attention of industries. It was heat-resistant, durable, and electrically non-conductive, making it an ideal material for a wide range of applications. Bakelite found its way into the manufacturing of electrical insulators, automotive components, telephones, and various consumer goods. The invention of bakelite marked the beginning of the plastics industry. The newfound ability to create synthetic materials with unique properties paved the way for the development of numerous other plastics, transforming manufacturing processes across sectors. Bakelite's impact extended beyond industrial applications. The material became a symbol of modernity and was embraced by designers for its aesthetic qualities. Bakelite jewelry, in particular, gained popularity, showcasing the material's ability to be molded into intricate and colorful designs. Bakelite's legacy as the pioneer of modern plastics endures. Its invention laid the foundation for the expansive world of synthetic polymers that followed. While bakelite itself has largely been replaced by newer plastics, its significance in the history of materials science and industrial design remains unparalleled. The invention of bakelite in 1907 was a transformative moment that ushered in the era of modern plastics. Leo Baekeland's groundbreaking work not only addressed practical industrial needs, but also opened up a realm of creative possibilities in design and manufacturing. The story of Bakelite is not just about a material. It's about the dawn of a new age in materials science and its profound impact on the way we live, work, and create. NAACP, pioneering the fight for civil rights. In the early 20th century, racial discrimination and violence against African Americans were rampant in the United States. Responding to the urgent need for a unified and organized effort to combat systemic racism, a group of activists and intellectuals, including W.E.B. Du Bois, Ida B. Wells Barnett, and Mary White Ovington, founded the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, on February 12, 1909. The NAACP was established with a dual mission: to eliminate racial prejudice and to advance the rights of African Americans, particularly in the legal and judicial spheres. The founders aimed to secure political, educational, social, and economic equality for all citizens and to eradicate race-based discrimination. In its early years, the NAACP faced significant challenges, including financial struggles and resistance from those opposed to its goals. However, the organization persevered and achieved several notable successes. One of its earliest victories was the establishment of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund in 1939, which played a crucial role in landmark legal battles for civil rights. The NAACP became renowned for its strategic use of legal action to challenge discriminatory laws and practices. Landmark cases such as Brown v. Board of Education 1954, which led to the desegregation of public schools, and Shelley v. Kremer 1948, which addressed racially restrictive housing covenants, mark significant milestones in the fight for civil rights. Throughout its history, the NAACP has been led by influential figures including James Weldon Johnson, Thurgood Marshall, and Roy Wilkins. The organization engaged in grassroots activism, protests, and lobbying efforts to bring about legislative change and societal transformation. The NAACP's legacy extends beyond the victories it achieved in the mid-20th century. The organization remains a powerful advocate for civil rights, addressing contemporary issues such as voting rights, criminal justice reform, and equal educational opportunities. Its commitment to combating systemic racism and promoting justice continues to resonate in the ongoing struggle for equality. The founding of the NAACP in 1909 marked a pivotal moment in the history of the civil rights movement. From its inception, the organization dedicated itself to the tireless pursuit of equality and justice for African Americans. The NAACP's legacy serves as a testament to the power of collective action and advocacy in the ongoing struggle for civil rights and social justice in the United States.
In today's historical tale, we journey back to the year 1900, to the bustling streets of Monza, Italy, where an event unfolded that would change the course of Italian history. This is the story of the assassination of King Umberto I, a tale filled with intrigue, tragedy, and even a touch of the bizarre. To understand the events of that fateful day, we must first delve into the historical context. King Umberto I of Italy, born in 1844, ascended to the throne in 1878. Italy was a young nation, newly unified, and Umberto I faced the challenges of a rapidly changing world. Here's an interesting fact. Umberto I earned the nickname the Good for his dedication to his royal duties and his desire to improve the lives of his subjects. However, the late 19th century was a turbulent time in Italy, marked by social unrest, political turmoil, and economic struggles. Now, let's delve into the emotional aspects of our story. King Umberto I was known for his strong sense of duty to his nation, but he also faced personal tragedies, including the loss of his only son, Victor Emmanuel, in 1879. This loss weighed heavily on him. Fast forward to July 29, 1900. King Umberto I attended a dinner at a restaurant in Monza. Unbeknownst to him, an anarchist named Gaetano Bresci had hatched a plan to assassinate the king. Bresci's motivations were rooted in his opposition to the monarchy and the suffering of the Italian people. Here's where the story takes a rather bizarre turn. Bresci, armed with a revolver, approached King Umberto I at the restaurant. Instead of immediately firing at the king, he decided to order a coffee first. It's a strange detail in an already unusual story. Eventually, Bresci carried out his plan, firing at the king, fatally wounding him. King Umberto I died the following day, marking the tragic end of his reign. The assassination of King Umberto I had a profound impact on Italy. His death led to a period of mourning and reflection, and it spurred discussions about the monarchy's role in a changing nation. As we conclude this journey into history, it's important to reflect on the significance of the assassination of King Umberto. This event, which unfolded in the vibrant streets of Monza, Italy, in 1900, left an indelible mark on the nation and its people. King Umberto I, known as the Good, faced a challenging era as Italy grappled with political turmoil, social unrest, and economic struggles. His dedication to his duties and his desire to improve the lives of his subjects earned him respect and the affectionate nickname. However, the late 19th century was marked by tensions and ideological conflicts. It was against this backdrop that the anarchist Gaetano Bresci carried out a plan to assassinate the king, driven by opposition to the monarchy and the suffering of the Italian people. And now, a strange twist in the tale. Bresci's decision to order coffee before the assassination adds an unusual layer to this historical narrative. It's a reminder that history often weaves together the extraordinary and the everyday in unexpected ways. I hope you found this historical tale both informative and intriguing. If you enjoyed this video and would like to see more captivating stories from the annals of history, I invite you to take action. First and foremost, please consider hitting the like button if you found this video engaging and informative. Your likes not only show your support, but also help others discover this content. By subscribing, you'll become part of our community of history enthusiasts. I value your insights and thoughts. Please share your comments and questions in the comments section below. Let's engage in a discussion about this historical event or any other topics you'd like to explore. If you believe this video can resonate with someone you know, or if you think it can help others learn more about history, please share it with them. Spreading knowledge is a noble endeavor. And finally, don't forget to click on the notification bell to receive alerts about our upcoming videos. We have more exciting historical stories in store for you. Thank you for joining us on this historical journey. Your participation and support mean the world to us.
The Azusa Street Revival, a spiritual awakening that shaped a movement. In the early 20th century, on a quiet Los Angeles street called Azusa, a small, run-down building became the epicenter of a religious revival that would ripple across the world. This is the story of the Azusa Street Revival, a transformative event that redefined the landscape of Christianity and spirituality. In the year 1906, William J. Seymour, a one-eyed black preacher, arrived in Los Angeles, spreading a message of racial unity and spiritual empowerment. Seymour began holding prayer meetings at 312 Azusa Street, and within days, an outpouring of the Holy Spirit occurred. People from diverse backgrounds gathered to witness miracles, speaking in tongues, and powerful spiritual experiences. The revival's multicultural and egalitarian nature was groundbreaking, transcending racial and social boundaries. This spirit of unity and inclusivity laid the foundation for the modern Pentecostal and charismatic movements. Worshippers at Azusa Street spoke in unknown languages, experienced divine healing, and reported encounters with the living God. The story of Azusa Street is a testament to the power of faith, community, and the human longing for a deeper connection to the divine. This revival ignited a spiritual fire that still burns today, inspiring millions around the world. Join us in exploring the Azusa Street Revival, its historical significance, and the lasting impact it has had on religious and cultural landscapes. Discover the individuals who played pivotal roles in this spiritual awakening and the enduring legacy of the Azusa Street Revival in modern Christianity. The Azusa Street Revival holds immense historical significance and has left a lasting impact on both religious and cultural landscapes. Here are some key aspects of its importance. 1. Birth of modern Pentecostalism. The Azusa Street Revival is often regarded as the birthplace of modern Pentecostalism, a Christian movement characterized by the belief in spiritual gifts, including speaking in tongues, prophecy, and healing. This revival played a pivotal role in shaping the theology and practices of Pentecostal churches worldwide. 2. Breaking down racial barriers. At a time when racial segregation was deeply entrenched in the United States, Azusa Street was a place where people of various races and backgrounds came together to worship. This inclusivity and emphasis on unity across racial lines challenged the prevailing racial norms of the era. The Azusa Street Revival can be seen as a precursor to the civil rights movement, which aimed to end racial discrimination. 3. Global impact. The revival had a global reach, with attendees and participants coming from various parts of the world. This helped spread the Pentecostal movement to different countries and cultures, leading to the establishment of Pentecostal and charismatic churches worldwide. 4. Emphasis on spiritual experience. The Azusa Street Revival emphasized the personal experience of the Holy Spirit. This emphasis on spiritual experiences, including speaking in tongues and divine healings, had a profound influence on contemporary Christian worship practices. 5. Charismatic movement. The Azusa Street Revival was a precursor to the charismatic movement, which emerged in the mid-20th century. The charismatic movement expanded the belief in spiritual gifts to a wide range of Christian denominations, including Roman Catholicism and mainstream Protestantism. 6. Cultural and social transformation. The revival's emphasis on spiritual experience and community had a broader impact on American culture. It contributed to the emergence of a vibrant Christian counterculture that challenged societal norms and encouraged communal living and shared resources. 7. Influence on modern worship. Many elements of modern Christian worship, such as contemporary praise and worship music, the practice of speaking in tongues, and the expectation of encountering the Holy Spirit, can be traced back to the Azusa Street Revival. The Azusa Street Revival was led by a few key individuals who played pivotal roles in this spiritual awakening. Here are some of the prominent figures associated with the revival and its enduring legacy in modern Christianity. 1. William J. Seymour. William J. Seymour is often considered the central figure of the Azusa Street Revival. He was an African-American preacher and the leader of the Apostolic Faith Mission on Azusa Street in Los Angeles. Seymour's leadership and emphasis on spiritual experiences, especially speaking in tongues, were fundamental to the revival's success. His teachings and practices had a profound influence on Pentecostal and charismatic movements. 2. Charles F. Parham. Although not directly involved in the Azusa Street Revival, Charles F. Parham was an influential figure in the Pentecostal movement and a mentor to William Seymour. Parham's teachings on the baptism of the Holy Spirit and speaking in tongues laid the theological foundation for the revival. 3. Lucy Farrow. Lucy Farrow was an African-American holiness preacher who played a significant role in the early days of the Azusa Street Revival. She was a close associate of William Seymour and is often credited with being the first person to speak in tongues at the revival. 4. Frank Bartleman. Frank Bartleman, a writer and participant in the Azusa Street Revival, documented the events and developments of the revival extensively. His writings helped spread the news of the revival and its significance throughout the United States and beyond. The enduring legacy of the Azusa Street Revival in modern Christianity includes the following. 1. Pentecostal and charismatic movements. The revival gave birth to modern Pentecostalism and played a significant role in the development of the charismatic movement. These movements continue to thrive today, with millions of adherents worldwide, emphasizing spiritual experiences and the gifts of the Holy Spirit. 2. Diverse denominations. The revival's influence can be seen in the proliferation of Pentecostal and charismatic denominations and independent churches. These groups vary in theology, practices, and worship styles, but share common emphasis on spiritual gifts. 3. Influence on worship. The worship practices and music style popularized by the Azusa Street Revival, including spontaneous praise and worship, speaking in tongues, and emotional expressions, have become integral to modern Christian worship. 4. Emphasis on unity. The revival challenged racial barriers by promoting unity across racial lines. This commitment to inclusivity had a lasting impact on the ethos of many Pentecostal and charismatic churches, which often celebrate diversity in their congregations. 5. Cultural impact. The Azusa Street revival contributed to the development of a vibrant Christian counterculture, with communal living, shared resources, and a distinctive lifestyle. These aspects influenced various Christian communities and alternative movements in the 20th century. And last but not least, 6. Global reach. The revival's global impact is evident in the spread of Pentecostal and charismatic Christianity to diverse cultures and nations. Many countries now have thriving Pentecostal and charismatic communities. In summary, the Azusa Street revival was a transformative event led by figures like William J. Seymour, and its enduring legacy is seen in the continued growth of Pentecostalism, the charismatic movement, and the diverse Christian worship practices and communities it inspired. The Azusa Street revival was a transformative event that not only shaped the trajectory of Pentecostalism and the charismatic movement, but also contributed to significant social and cultural changes. Its enduring impact continues to be felt in the diversity of Christian traditions and practices worldwide. The history of your grand old flag. In the early 20th century, the United States was a country on the move. The spirit of patriotism and national pride was running high, and George M. Cohan, a prolific songwriter and entertainer, wanted to capture that enthusiasm in a musical composition. The result was a song that would become a cherished part of American culture, You're a Grand Old Flag. Cohan, known as the man who owned Broadway, was a powerhouse in the world of American entertainment. He had a knack for writing catchy, spirited tunes that resonated with the public. In 1906, he penned a song titled You're a Grand Old Rag for his Broadway musical George Washington, Jr. The song was an instant hit, capturing the patriotic fervor of the times. The title You're a Grand Old Rag was, however, a bit unconventional. At the heart of the song was a tribute to the American flag, but Cohan used the word rag in the title, referring to a tattered flag. This choice of words caused some controversy, as it was seen by some as disrespectful to the flag. Nevertheless, the song's infectious melody and spirited lyrics resonated with audiences, and it quickly gained popularity. People across the country wanted to play and sing this patriotic anthem at home, and the primary way to do so was to obtain the sheet music. In the early 20th century, the piano was a common source of entertainment in households, and families would gather around the piano to sing and play the latest songs. This was how new music was shared and enjoyed. The demand for You're a Grand Old Rag sheet music was immense, and it became a staple in many American homes. Families would trade, borrow, and collect sheet music to add to their piano benches, ensuring that they had the latest tunes at their fingertips. As the popularity of the song continued to grow, George M. Cohan decided to address the controversy surrounding the title. He changed the title to "You're a Grand Old Flag" to be more in line with patriotic sentiment and to avoid any potential offense. The change was made not long after the song's initial release, and it was a wise decision as it further endeared the song to the American public. "You're a Grand Old Flag" soon became a staple at parades, celebrations, and patriotic events across the nation. It captured the essence of American patriotism and love for the flag. The song's lyrics, with lines like "You're a grand old flag," "You're a high-flying flag, and forever in peace may you wave," resonated with the enduring American spirit. Today, "You're a Grand Old Flag" remains a cherished national treasure. It is often performed at events celebrating American independence, and its catchy tune and patriotic lyrics continue to inspire and uplift the American people. George M. Cohan's composition, born out of a desire to capture the national pride of the era, has become a timeless symbol of love for the United States and its flag. Illuminating Faith: The Journey to the First Buddhist Temple in the United States. In the late 19th century, a small but profound revolution was taking place in the United States. It wasn't an industrial or political revolution, but a spiritual one. As immigrants from Asia settled in the U.S., they brought with them the rich traditions of Buddhism. This extensive story delves into the creation and significance of the first Buddhist temple in the United States, highlighting the journey to establishing a sacred space for the practice of this ancient faith on American soil. The story begins in the mid-1800s, when Chinese immigrants began arriving in the U.S. These early arrivals brought with them the teachings of Buddhism, introducing a faith that was largely unfamiliar to the American population at the time. Buddhism, with its emphasis on meditation, mindfulness, and compassion, found resonance with those seeking spiritual enlightenment. In the 1870s, the groundwork was laid for the first Buddhist temple in the United States. The Buddhist mission of San Francisco, known as Sakoji, was founded to serve the spiritual needs of the growing Japanese immigrant community. Sakoji quickly became a focal point for cultural and spiritual activities, as well as a source of guidance and support for newcomers in a foreign land. One of the key figures in the establishment of Sakoji was Rev. Shui Sonoda. He not only served as a spiritual leader, but also played a vital role in raising awareness about Buddhism among the American population. His efforts contributed to the growing interest in Eastern spirituality in the United States, which would later lead to a broader understanding and acceptance of Buddhism. Establishing a Buddhist temple in the United States was not without its challenges. The early temples faced issues related to language, cultural differences, and misunderstandings about Buddhist practices. However, the persistence of those involved in Sakoji and similar institutions laid the foundation for a greater understanding of Buddhism's principles of peace, compassion, and mindfulness. Sakoji, the first Buddhist temple in the United States, continues to serve as a center for Buddhist practice, spiritual development, and community support. Over the years, It has become a symbol of the enduring nature of Buddhism in the United States and the essential role that spirituality plays in the lives of those who seek a path to inner peace. The story of Sakoji and the first Buddhist temple in the United States exemplifies the power of faith, perseverance, and cultural exchange. In an era marked by sweeping societal changes, the establishment of this temple marked the beginning of a new chapter. In the spiritual landscape of America, the legacy of Sakoji endures, offering a haven of reflection and enlightenment to all who seek its teachings. The first Nickelodeon theater. The birth of cinema. In the bustling streets of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, a small but revolutionary change was about to take place. It was the year 1905, a time when moving pictures were still in their infancy, and the concept of going to a theater to watch a film was a novel idea. At the heart of this transformation was Harry Davis and John P. Harris, two men with a vision that would forever change the entertainment industry. Their brainchild, the first Nickelodeon theater, would not only introduce the world to a new form of entertainment, but also pave the way for the modern cinema experience we know today. Harry Davis and John P. Harris were already seasoned entrepreneurs, having made a name for themselves in various business ventures. However, it was their fascination with the new medium of motion pictures that led them to embark on a groundbreaking endeavor. They secured a small, unassuming space on Smithfield Street, which would become the birthplace of the first Nickelodeon. The name Nickelodeon was a fusion of two words, nickel, the price of admission, and odeon, a Greek word for theater. It was a place where, for the price of just 5 cents, anyone could escape from the daily grind and be transported to different worlds through the magic of film. The interior of the Nickelodeon was modest but inviting. It could accommodate around 96 patrons at a time who sat on simple wooden benches. The screen, if it could be called that, was a white sheet, and the projector, a hand-cranked device that often required manual adjustment. Yet, to the people of that era, it was nothing short of extraordinary. On June 19, 1905, the doors of the first Nickelodeon swung open, and the world witnessed the birth of something exceptional. The concept was a hit from the start. The audience was treated to a selection of short films, usually no longer than 15 minutes each, which ranged from simple, everyday scenes to exotic adventures and comedies. The experience was unlike anything they had seen before. One of the earliest films to grace the Nickelodeon's screen was Edwin S. Porter's The Great Train Robbery, a Western film that featured daring action and special effects. Audiences were captivated, and the film became a sensation. The success of the first Nickelodeon theater prompted others to follow suit. Nickelodeons began popping up in cities across the United States, creating a new form of popular entertainment. These theaters not only transformed the film industry, but also led to the development of grand movie palaces and, eventually, the multiplex cinemas we know today. In many ways, the Nickelodeon era laid the foundation for the modern film industry, It introduced the world to the concept of going to a dedicated space to watch movies, a practice that continues to thrive. The simple 5-cent admission fee, the affordability, and the variety of films made cinema accessible to people from all walks of life. As the Nickelodeon craze spread, it didn't take long for filmmakers to recognize the potential of this new medium. They began experimenting with storytelling techniques, cinematography, and special effects. The Nickelodeon theaters were the testing grounds for these innovations. The first Nickelodeon in Pittsburgh may be long gone, but its legacy lives on. It was the humble beginning of an industry that would become a global powerhouse. The magic of those early Nickelodeons, where everyday folks could escape into the world of cinema for just a nickel, continues to enchant audiences to this day. So the next time you settle into your theater seat, popcorn in hand, waiting for the latest blockbuster, take a moment to remember the pioneering spirit of Harry Davis and John P. Harris. Their vision and the birth of the first Nickelodeon theater forever changed the way we experience the magic of the movies. The Iroquois Theater fire in 1903, unraveling tragedy. In the early 20th century, the Iroquois Theater in Chicago was a symbol of opulence and modernity. Opening its doors on November 23, 1903, it was touted as one of the safest theaters in the world, complete with the latest fire safety features. December 30, 1903, was meant to be a day of celebration as the theater hosted a matinee performance of the musical comedy Mr. Bluebeard. The city was buzzing with anticipation as Chicagoans of all ages looked forward to an unforgettable experience. While the theater boasted state-of-the-art safety features, one critical aspect had been overlooked: the asbestos fire curtain. Despite its supposed fire-resistant qualities, the curtain was only fireproof to some extent and hadn't been adequately tested. As the matinee performance began, everything seemed to be going according to plan. The audience marveled at the show's extravagant sets, costumes, and the lively performances on stage. Families, couples, and children filled the theater, eager to enjoy a day at the theater. Amid the joy and laughter, tragedy unfolded. A stage light malfunctioned, setting a piece of the scenery on fire. Panic quickly spread as the audience realized the danger. The asbestos curtain was lowered, but it snagged and failed to reach the stage floor, allowing the flames to leap over it. In a matter of minutes, chaos and confusion reigned as patrons desperately attempted to escape. However, the Iroquois Theater's design, with its confusing layout, narrow exits, and doors that opened inward, proved disastrous. People were trapped, and the fire's heat and smoke quickly became overwhelming. Amid the chaos, acts of heroism emerged. Some theater staff and patrons selflessly helped others to safety, but the toll was severe. Ultimately, the Iroquois Theater fire claimed the lives of over 600 people, making it one of the deadliest theater fires in history. In the wake of the tragedy, Chicagoans demanded answers. Investigations uncovered multiple failings in the theater's construction, fire safety measures, and the emergency response. The disaster led to significant changes in fire safety regulations and theater construction standards, ultimately improving the safety of public spaces across the United States. The Iroquois Theater fire left an indelible mark on Chicago's history. Memorials were erected to honor the victims, and their memory serves as a stark reminder of the importance of proper safety measures and the catastrophic consequences of complacency. The Iroquois Theater fire stands as a tragic chapter in history, reminding us of the fragility of life and the importance of stringent safety measures in public spaces. It also underscores the resilience of communities and the human capacity for compassion and courage in the face of disaster. The Pure Food and Drug Act of 1906, safeguarding the nation's health. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the United States underwent profound changes, transitioning from an agrarian society to an industrial powerhouse. This rapid transformation brought numerous benefits, such as technological advancements and economic growth. However, it also led to a series of public health crises, as the industrialization of food and medicines led to widespread fraud, contamination, and the sale of harmful products. Amidst growing concerns about the safety and purity of food and drugs, a significant turning point in American history occurred in 1906 with the passage of the Pure Food and Drug Act. This landmark legislation marked a pivotal moment in consumer protection and government regulation. It was the culmination of years of activism, scientific research, and public outrage, and it set the stage for the creation of the modern Food and Drug Administration (FDA). At the dawn of the 20th century, the marketplace was flooded with food and drugs of dubious quality and safety. A wide range of products, from canned meats to patent medicines, were often adulterated, misbranded, or contaminated. Consumers had little to no information about the contents or origins of the products they purchased. The situation was exacerbated by sensational advertising claims and unproven medical treatments. Before the Pure Food and Drug Act became law, there were dedicated individuals and groups pushing for reform. Muckraking journalists like Upton Sinclair exposed the unsanitary conditions in the meat-packing industry, sparking public outrage. Consumer activists, including Harvey Washington Wiley, advocated for food safety. Dr. Harvey Wiley, the father of the Pure Food and Drug Act, conducted pioneering studies to reveal the dangers of various food additives and preservatives. Public pressure for reform grew steadily. Stories of embalmed beef and fraudulent miracle cures fueled the demand for government intervention. A powerful coalition of women's clubs, progressive politicians, and reform-minded citizens began advocating for change. In 1906, President Theodore Roosevelt signed the Pure Food and Drug Act into law. This historic legislation was designed to achieve several key objectives. 1. Food purity. The act mandated that food and beverages must be accurately labeled, and any harmful ingredients or additives must be disclosed. 2. Drug safety. It prohibited the sale of adulterated or misbranded drugs and established standards for drug manufacturing. 3. The creation of the FDA. The act established the Bureau of Chemistry, which would later evolve into the Food and Drug Administration (FDA), responsible for enforcing the law and ensuring the safety of food and drugs. The Pure Food and Drug Act had an immediate and lasting impact. It helped to eliminate many unsafe food and drug products from the market, protecting the health and well-being of consumers. The act also set a precedent for government regulation in the interest of public health and safety. Over the years, additional legislation built upon the foundation of the Pure Food and Drug Act. This included the Meat Inspection Act of 1906, which addressed the problems exposed by Upton Sinclair's The Jungle, the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act of 1938 expanded the FDA's authority and remains a cornerstone of consumer protection. Today, the FDA continues to play a critical role in ensuring the safety and efficacy of food, drugs, and medical devices. The legacy of the Pure Food and Drug Act endures as a testament to the power of grassroots activism, the need for government regulation and consumer protection, and the ongoing quest for a safer and healthier nation. The Pure Food and Drug Act of 1906 remains a vital chapter in the ongoing story of safeguarding public health and promoting consumer rights in the United States. The Road to Statehood. The Oklahoma Enabling Act of 1906. Certainly, the Oklahoma Enabling Act of 1906 was a crucial piece of legislation that paved the way for the eventual statehood of Oklahoma. Here's an extended story on the Oklahoma Enabling Act. In the early 20th century, the vast territory of Oklahoma was in a state of transition. It had evolved from being designated as Indian Territory to a region experiencing a significant influx of settlers drawn by the promise of available land and economic opportunities. The push for statehood gained momentum, and it culminated in the passage of the Oklahoma Enabling Act in 1906. The Oklahoma Enabling Act was a pivotal piece of legislation that set the stage for the creation of the state of Oklahoma. The act was signed into law by President Theodore Roosevelt on June 16, 1906, and it outlined the process through which the Oklahoma Territory and Indian Territory would be combined to form a single state. The act was a response to the growing population and the desire of the residents of the territories to have representation in the U.S. Congress and full participation in the American political system. It provided a framework for the establishment of a constitutional convention in which delegates from the territories would draft a state constitution. One significant aspect of the Enabling Act was its treatment of tribal governments and lands. It stipulated that the new state of Oklahoma would not include the tribal lands of the 5 civilized tribes Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, and Seminole. Instead, Those lands were to remain under tribal governance until an agreement could be reached between the tribes and the federal government. The Constitutional Convention convened in November 1906 in Guthrie, the territorial capital. Delegates from both the Oklahoma and Indian territories worked together to draft a constitution for the proposed state. The resulting document reflected the diverse interests and backgrounds of the delegates and addressed issues such as suffrage, education, and the relationship between the state and tribal governments. The proposed constitution was put to a vote, and on November 16, 1907, the residents of the territories approved it, paving the way for Oklahoma to join the Union as the 46th state. The transition from territorial status to statehood marked a significant milestone in the history of the region. Oklahoma's admission as a state brought about not only political changes but also social and economic transformations. Cities and towns grew, industries expanded, and the state became an integral part of the national fabric. The legacy of the Oklahoma Enabling Act is woven into the state's history, symbolizing the aspiration of its residents for representation, self-governance, and a place within the broader American democracy. The Oklahoma Enabling Act of 1906 remains a key moment in the broader narrative of westward expansion and the complexities of the relationship between the federal government, territories, and indigenous peoples. It laid the foundation for the vibrant and diverse state of Oklahoma that emerged in the years that followed, reflecting the resilience and determination of those who sought to shape their own destiny on the American frontier. Treaty of Portsmouth, 1905. Historical documentary. End of the Russo-Japanese War. In the early 20th century, global tensions were on the rise, and one of the pivotal moments was the Russo-Japanese War, which began in 1904. The conflict was a result of competing imperial interests in East Asia, particularly in Manchuria and Korea, Russia and Japan, both eager to expand their territories and influence in the region, found themselves at odds. The war was a brutal and protracted affair, marked by major battles like the Battle of Port Arthur and the Battle of Mukden. One of the most iconic events of the war was the Battle of Tsushima in May 1905, a naval battle that saw the Russian Baltic Fleet decimated by the Japanese. This battle showcased the increasing prominence of naval power and changed the dynamics of warfare. As the war dragged on, there were growing international pressures on both sides to negotiate a peace settlement. The conflict took a heavy toll on both nations, resulting in significant casualties and financial strain. Japan, despite being the victor, was also greatly impacted. Diplomatic efforts led to the United States, notably President Theodore Roosevelt, brokering peace talks between Russia and Japan. These negotiations took place in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and are often referred to as the Treaty of Portsmouth. On September 5, 1905, the Treaty of Portsmouth was signed, officially ending the Russo-Japanese War. The treaty recognized Japan's control over Korea and its sphere of influence in southern Manchuria. It also established Japan's control over the southern half of Sakhalin Island. The end of the Russo-Japanese War had far-reaching consequences. It was the first time an Asian nation had defeated a European power in modern times, a symbolic victory for Japan. The war's outcome reshaped the balance of power in East Asia and influenced later events, including the Russian Revolution of 1905 and the broader geopolitical landscape. The Treaty of Portsmouth earned President Roosevelt the Nobel Peace Prize, a recognition of his efforts to mediate and negotiate an end to a significant conflict. This historical narrative highlights the complexities of the Russo-Japanese War and the diplomatic efforts that led to its conclusion. It remains a critical chapter in the history of international relations, demonstrating the shifting global order and the emergence of new world powers. I hope this comprehensive story has quenched your thirst, you history enthusiast, providing an in-depth understanding of the Russo-Japanese War's conclusion and its lasting impact on world history. Unlocking Earth's Ancient Secrets. The discovery of the Burgess Shale fossils. In the early 20th century, an expedition led by paleontologist Charles Doolittle Walcott embarked on a scientific journey that would forever change our understanding of prehistoric life. The destination was the Burgess Shale, a fossil-rich deposit nestled within the Canadian Rockies in British Columbia. Charles Walcott, the secretary of the Smithsonian Institution, was an accomplished paleontologist with a keen interest in the Cambrian period. In 1909, during one of his routine explorations in Yoho National Park, Walcott decided to investigate the Burgess Shale, an area he had previously explored but had not extensively studied. Walcott's team began excavating the shale, revealing an astonishing array of exquisitely preserved fossils. The Burgess Shale, dating back over 500 million years to the Middle Cambrian period, housed an unparalleled snapshot of ancient marine life. The soft-bodied organisms were remarkably preserved in stunning detail, providing a glimpse into a distant and previously mysterious chapter of Earth's history. The Burgess Shale fossils showcased an extraordinary diversity of creatures, many of which were entirely unknown to science. Bizarre forms, strange anatomies, and peculiar adaptations challenged the existing paradigms of early life on Earth. The discovery offered a glimpse into the explosion of biodiversity during the Cambrian period, often referred to as the Cambrian explosion. The Burgess Shale fossils were a scientific revelation, revealing a complex and diverse ecosystem that existed 500 million years ago. The meticulous preservation of soft tissues provided insights into the anatomy and behavior of organisms that were previously thought to be beyond the reach of fossilization. The significance of the Burgess Shale discovery sparked scientific debates and controversies. Interpretations of the fossils and their implications for the tree of life stirred discussions about the early evolution of animals and the interconnectedness of different phyla. Charles Walcott's discovery of the Burgess Shale fossils left an indelible mark on paleontology. The site continues to be a rich source of scientific inquiry, with ongoing excavations and research shedding new light on the evolutionary history of life on Earth. The fossils have become a critical reference point for understanding the origin and diversification of early animal life. The Burgess Shale fossils not only advance scientific knowledge, but also became a cornerstone of educational programs, inspiring generations of students and enthusiasts to explore the wonders of paleontology. The intricate details of the fossils continue to captivate the imagination of those curious about the ancient history of our planet. The discovery of the Burgess Shale fossils in 1909 stands as a testament to the curiosity and determination of scientists like Charles D. Walcott. This remarkable find opened a window into the distant past, unraveling the mysteries of ancient life and fundamentally shaping our understanding of the evolution of biodiversity on Earth. The Burgess Shale continues to be a living laboratory, offering ongoing revelations that contribute to the ever-evolving narrative of our planet's geological and biological history. The inaugural Tour de France of 1903 epic tales. In the scorching summer of 1903, amid the backdrop of a rapidly industrializing France, a group of adventurous cyclists gathered in Montgeron, a suburban town just south of Paris. They were about to embark on an audacious journey that would make history. This event, the first Tour de France, marked the birth of one of the world's most iconic sporting spectacles. The idea for the Tour de France was conceived by a French newspaper called Lotto at the time. Cycling was a rapidly growing sport, and the newspaper's editor, Henry Desgrange, was looking for a way to boost circulation. He envisioned a multi-stage bicycle race that would circumnavigate the entire country, an event that would capture the imagination of the French public and promote his newspaper. On July 1, 1903, a crowd gathered at the starting line in Montgeron, eager to witness the commencement of this groundbreaking race. There were no fancy jerseys, no high-tech carbon fiber bicycles, and no support teams with state-of-the-art equipment. The cyclists wore woolen jerseys, rode on heavy steel-framed bikes with wooden wheels, and were entirely self-reliant. The route, spanning over 2,400 kilometers, about 1,500 miles, was divided into 6 stages, making it an arduous test of endurance. The cyclists would face a variety of challenges, including treacherous roads, steep mountain passes, and unpredictable weather conditions. They would need to rely on their own resourcefulness, grit, and determination to make it to the finish line. One of the notable figures in this inaugural Tour de France was Maurice Guérin, an Italian-born French cyclist. Guérin was considered one of the favorites, and he lived up to expectations by winning the first stage. As the race continued, Guérin's strong performances earned him the lead, and he became the man to beat. The early stages of the race were marred by adversity. Cyclists faced constant mechanical failures, flat tires, and even assaults from spectators who were unaccustomed to such a spectacle. However, despite these challenges, the race captured the nation's attention, and more people began to embrace the sport of cycling. As the Tour de France progressed, Guérin's lead became insurmountable. He managed to maintain his advantage through the rugged terrain of the Pyrenees and the Alps, forging a path that future champions would follow. On July 19, 1903, after 19 days of grueling competition, Maurice Guérin arrived in Paris as the victor. He had conquered the first ever Tour de France, cementing his name in cycling history. Guérin's triumph marked the beginning of a grand tradition in the world of cycling. The Tour de France has since grown into one of the most prestigious and challenging events in the sporting calendar. Over the years, it has evolved with advancements in technology, training, and safety. But the spirit of adventure and competition that characterized the first race in 1903 still lives on. The Tour de France continues to capture the imagination of people worldwide, drawing millions of spectators to the roadsides each year. It has seen legendary champions, heart-stopping dramas, and countless tales of human perseverance. The inaugural event in 1903, with its humble beginnings and the daring spirit of its participants, set the stage for over a century of cycling history. As the years rolled on, the Tour de France became more than just a sporting event. It became a symbol of human determination and the unbreakable human spirit. Cyclists from around the world now gather in France each summer to test their mettle in this iconic race, following in the tired tracks of those courageous pioneers who first set out from Mount Guérin in 1903. The first Tour de France is not only a story of cycling, but a testament to the enduring appeal of sporting challenges and the power of the human will. It's a reminder that even the grandest traditions have humble beginnings, and that sometimes a simple idea can set in motion a legacy that lasts for generations. So, as the modern peloton of elite cyclists races through the picturesque landscapes of France, they owe a debt of gratitude to those intrepid riders of 1903 who pedaled into the unknown, sowing the seeds of a magnificent sporting spectacle that continues to captivate the world. A bold prediction. The pocket telephone prophecy of 1908. In the early 20th century, communication was primarily limited to wired telephones, telegrams, and written correspondence. The idea of a personal, portable communication device seemed like a fantastical notion. firmly lodged in the realm of science fiction. In 1908, Hampton's Magazine, an American periodical, defied conventional wisdom with a daring prediction. When the expectations of wireless experts are realized, everyone will have his own pocket telephone and may be called wherever he happens to be. This audacious statement anticipated a future where personal communication devices would transcend the confines of the home or office. At the heart of Hampton's prophetic statement was the burgeoning field of wireless communication. The pioneers of wireless technology, such as Guglielmo Marconi, had made significant strides in sending telegraphic signals without the need for physical wires. This innovation laid the groundwork for the wireless communication revolution that would transform how people connected with each other. Hampton's Magazine envisioned a world where individuals, armed with pocket telephones, could be reached wherever they roamed. This vision departed from the stationary nature of traditional telephones, hinting at a future where communication would be untethered from physical locations. In 1908, the idea of a pocket telephone faced skepticism and numerous challenges. The technology needed to miniaturize communication devices and make them truly portable was in its infancy. The components required for wireless communication were still evolving, and the concept of a personal device that could fit in one's pocket seemed like a distant dream. Fast forward several decades, and Hampton's Magazine's audacious prediction became a reality: the advent of mobile phones, particularly the widespread adoption of cellular technology in the late 20th century, turned the once bold prophecy into an everyday convenience. Personal pocket telephones evolved from visionary speculation to an integral part of modern life. Hampton's Magazine's foresight in 1908 stands as a testament to the power of visionary thinking. The audacious prediction not only anticipated the trajectory of technological advancements, but also played a role in shaping the collective imagination. It serves as a reminder that, even in eras when certain innovations seem implausible, bold predictions can inspire and pave the way for future breakthroughs. The daring prophecy of pocket telephones in 1908 by Hampton's Magazine wasn't just a statement about technology. It was a glimpse into the transformative power of imagination. As we reflect on the once unimaginable evolution from wired telephones to ubiquitous pocket-sized communication devices, Hampton's audacious prediction stands as a beacon of visionary thinking that reshaped the way we connect and communicate in the modern world. The San Francisco Board of Education Segregation Order. In the early 20th century, the city of San Francisco, like many parts of the United States, was grappling with the issues of racial segregation. The San Francisco Board of Education issued a shocking segregation order in 1906, which would have profound implications for the city's Chinese American community. At the time, San Francisco had a significant Chinese American population, many of whom had come to the city seeking opportunities and a better life. However, racial tensions were running high, and the segregation order sought to separate Chinese American students from their white counterparts, relegating them to a separate, inferior school. This decision was met with outrage and resistance from the Chinese American community, as well as from advocates of equality and justice. One of the key figures in this fight against segregation was a woman named Mamie Tape. She was a Chinese American mother who took a stand against the discriminatory policy, refusing to accept the segregated education her daughter, Mamie, was offered. Mamie Tape's case, along with the support of other activists and organizations, led to a legal battle that eventually found its way to the California Supreme Court. In 1909, the court declared the segregation policy illegal, marking a significant victory against discrimination in education. The San Francisco Board of Education segregation order and the subsequent legal battle played a pivotal role in the ongoing struggle for civil rights and racial equality in the United States. It serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of individuals and communities standing up against injustice, even in the face of adversity. The story of the San Francisco Board of Education segregation order is not just a chapter in the history of San Francisco, but also a testament to the resilience and determination of those who fought for equality and justice in the early 20th century. This significant event reminds us of the ongoing struggle for civil rights and the importance of vigilance in safeguarding the principles of equality and justice in our society. Tel Aviv's genesis, the birth of a modern metropolis. At the turn of the 20th century, the Ottoman Empire governed the region that now comprises modern-day Israel, Jaffa, an ancient port city along the Mediterranean coast, was a prominent urban center with historical significance. As the population in Jaffa grew, the city faced issues of overcrowding and strained resources. The demand for housing and the desire for a more modern urban lifestyle led to the emergence of a new vision and extension of the city that would eventually become Tel Aviv. In 1909, a group of Jewish residents led by Akiva, Uriah Weist, and Meyer Dizengoff envisioned a new urban settlement north of Jaffa. Their dream was to create a modern, Hebrew-speaking city that would serve as a cultural and economic hub for the Jewish community in Palestine. To realize their vision, the founders held a lottery in which participants could win plots of land in the new settlement. This innovative approach allowed for a diverse group of individuals to become part of the project, fostering a sense of community and shared purpose. The name Tel Aviv was chosen for the new settlement. Inspired by the Hebrew Bible, Tel means hill or ancient mound, and Aviv means spring, symbolizing renewal and the arrival of a new season. The name reflected the founders' aspiration for a fresh start and a thriving future. In its early years, Tel Aviv faced challenges such as water shortages and a lack of infrastructure. However, the residents were resilient, and the city gradually grew, becoming a center for cultural, educational, and economic activities. Tel Aviv became a hub for Hebrew literature, arts, and intellectual pursuits. The city's Bauhaus architecture, recognized as the White City, gained UNESCO World Heritage status for its unique and well-preserved modernist style. Tel Aviv played a significant role in the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948. It became the temporary capital until Jerusalem was declared the capital today. Tel Aviv is a vibrant, cosmopolitan city known for its innovation, technology, and cultural dynamism. The founding of Tel Aviv in 1909 marked a pivotal moment in the history of modern Israel. What began as a vision for a new, Hebrew-speaking urban center has evolved into a global city that embodies the spirit of renewal, resilience, and cultural richness. The story of Tel Aviv is not just a historical narrative. It is a testament to the power of human vision and determination to shape the future. The Model T Revolution. Henry Ford's vision for affordable mobility. At the turn of the 20th century, the automotive industry was in its infancy, marked by a handful of manufacturers producing expensive and often unreliable vehicles. It was in this landscape that Henry Ford, an American industrialist, envisioned a car that would be affordable, reliable, and accessible to the masses. Henry Ford's dream was to create a car that would democratize mobility. He believed in making automobiles not just a luxury for the wealthy, but a practical mode of transportation for ordinary people. This vision led to the development of the Model T. Work on the Model T began in earnest in 1906, and after several years of experimentation and refinement, the first Model T was introduced to the public on October 1, 1908. It was a revolutionary vehicle, featuring a simple and sturdy design that prioritized functionality and durability over extravagance. One of the key innovations that set the Model T apart was Ford's implementation of assembly line production in 1913. The moving assembly line was introduced at the Ford Highland Park plant, streamlining the manufacturing process and drastically reducing production time. This innovation not only made the Model T more affordable, but also transformed the manufacturing industry as a whole. With the introduction of assembly line production, the cost of manufacturing the Model T plummeted. This cost reduction was passed on to consumers, making the Model T the first truly affordable automobile. The initial price of the Model T was $850, a fraction of the cost of other cars on the market. The affordability of the Model T had a transformative effect on American society. It brought about a new era of personal transportation, liberating people from the constraints of distance and revolutionizing travel. The Model T became a symbol of the American spirit, representing innovation, progress, and the idea that ordinary people could enjoy the benefits of technological advancements. The success of the Model T was not confined to the United States. Ford's assembly line methods and the mass production of affordable cars became a blueprint for the automotive industry worldwide. The Model T's influence reached far beyond its time. shaping the way cars were manufactured and sold for decades to come. The Model T's production spanned from 1908 to 1927, during which time over 15 million units were sold. Its longevity and widespread adoption solidified its place in history as one of the most influential and iconic cars ever produced. The Model T's legacy is not just in its numbers, but in the profound impact it had on mobility, industry, and the very fabric of society. The debut of the Model T marked a pivotal moment in automotive history. Henry Ford's vision of making cars affordable and accessible to everyone revolutionized the industry and had far-reaching implications for society. The Model T not only put America on wheels, but also set the stage for the democratization of personal transportation on a global scale, leaving an indelible mark on the history of automobiles and manufacturing. The birth of the Big Apple's subway. New York City's underground revolution. In the late 19th century, New York City was in the midst of a booming population explosion. The once cobblestone streets were clogged with horse-drawn carriages, and the city's above-ground transit system was struggling to keep up with the demands of a rapidly growing metropolis. Something had to change, and the solution lay beneath the city's bustling streets. The vision of an underground transportation system in New York City was nothing short of revolutionary. At the turn of the 20th century, cities like London and Boston were already enjoying the convenience of subways, but New York was yet to embark on this transformative journey. The idea was met with enthusiasm, skepticism, and no shortage of engineering challenges. The groundbreaking ceremony to the New York City subway took place on March 24, 1900. The location was at the intersection of Broadway and Cortlandt Street in Lower Manhattan. In the presence of city officials, workers, and curious onlookers, then Mayor Robert A. Van Wyck shoveled the first ceremonial spade of earth. This marked the beginning of an ambitious project to create an underground transportation network that would connect the boroughs of Manhattan, Brooklyn, the Bronx, and Queens. Engineers, architects, and workers would face numerous challenges in the years to come. The subway's construction was a feat of engineering ingenuity. Laborers had to tunnel through the city's solid rock foundation while navigating a labyrinth of existing infrastructure, including water mains, gas lines, and sewers. They worked under extreme pressure, both from the physical demands of tunneling and from the public's watchful eye. The subway's architects embraced a mix of architectural styles, from the ornate to the utilitarian. Some stations featured grand designs with chandeliers and decorative tile work, while others simply served their purpose with efficiency. A remarkable aspect of this engineering marvel was its adaptability to the city's unique geography. The subway included both elevated tracks and underground lines, reaching far into the outer boroughs to connect the city like never before. Finally, on October 27, 1904, the dream became a reality as the subway officially opened its doors to the public. The first line, known as the IRT or Interborough Rapid Transit, spanned from City Hall in Manhattan a 145th Street in Harlem, covering a total of 9.1 miles. That day, New Yorkers eagerly descended into the underground tunnels, armed with the 5-cent fare, and witnessed the birth of a new era in urban transportation. The subway system had immediate and profound effects on the city. It eased congestion on the streets, reduced travel times, and brought together neighborhoods that were once isolated. The subway, with its speed and efficiency, allowed New York City to expand and develop in ways that were previously inconceivable. Over the decades, the subway system continued to evolve and expand with new lines, stations, and innovations. Today, the New York City subway is one of the largest and busiest public transportation systems in the world. It's an integral part of the city's identity, carrying millions of passengers daily and connecting the diverse communities that make up the Big Apple. The opening of the New York City subway in 1904 marked a pivotal moment in the city's history. It's a testament to human ingenuity and determination, and its legacy continues to shape the urban landscape of New York City. Revolutionizing railways. The birth of electric trains. In the late 19th century, the world was undergoing a major technological transformation. The Industrial Revolution had already changed the way people lived and worked, and the next frontier was transportation. Steam locomotives had been the primary mode of railway transportation for decades, but engineers and inventors were constantly seeking newer, more efficient methods. The key innovation that would revolutionize rail transport was the development of electric trains. Unlike their steam-powered predecessors, electric trains did not rely on burning fossil fuels to produce steam. Instead, they harnessed the power of electricity, making them more environmentally friendly and efficient. The story of the first electric trains is closely tied to the development of electrical engineering. One of the pioneers in this field was the brilliant inventor and engineer Werner von Siemens in the late 1870s. Siemens developed the world's first electric railway in Berlin, Germany. This pioneering effort laid the foundation for the future of electric train travel. The first electric trains were powered by overhead electrical lines which transmitted electricity to the locomotives via a pantograph, a mechanism that made contact with the wires. These early electric trains were small, but they marked a significant step forward in the history of railway transportation. The success of these experimental electric trains led to the development of more extensive electric rail networks in urban areas. Some of the earliest electrified rail lines included the Lichterfelde Tramway in Berlin and the Portrush to Belfast Railway in Ireland, both of which began operation in the late 19th century. However, it wasn't until the early 20th century that electric trains began to see widespread adoption. The electrification of urban transit systems became a common practice in major cities worldwide, from New York to London to Tokyo. Electric trains provided cleaner and more efficient transportation, helping to alleviate the pollution and nose associated with steam locomotives. One of the most iconic early electric trains was the Metropolitan Vickers in England, which started running on the London Underground's District Line in 1905. This event marked a significant milestone in the history of electric train travel, as it showcased the practicality and efficiency of electric propulsion. Electric trains were not limited to urban transit. Electrification of mainline railways became more prevalent as well, leading to faster and more reliable long-distance train travel. The famous Pennsylvania Railroad in the United States was a pioneer in electrifying its tracks, introducing electric locomotives to its network in the early 20th century. The development of electric trains also brought about significant advances in electrical engineering. Engineers had to design efficient electrical systems, overhead wires, and substations to power the trains, all of which contributed to the growing field of electrical infrastructure. As the 20th century progressed, electric trains continued to evolve. High-speed electric trains, such as the Japanese Shinkansen and the French TGV, redefine long-distance rail travel. These modern electric trains are known for their speed, efficiency, and environmental benefits. The electrification of railways is still ongoing in many parts of the world, with a growing emphasis on sustainability. Many countries are transitioning from traditional fossil fuels to cleaner sources of electricity, such as wind, solar, and hydroelectric power, to power their electric train networks. In conclusion, the development of the first electric trains represented a significant turning point in the history of transportation. These trains offered a cleaner, more efficient, and environmentally friendly alternative to steam locomotives, ultimately shaping the future of rail travel and paving the way for the high-speed electric trains we know today. The journey from Werner von Siemens' early experiments to the sleek electric trains of the 21st century is a testament to human innovation and the drive to improve the way we move people and goods. I hope you find this extensive story about the first electric trains both informative and engaging. The Antiquities Act, preserving America's natural and cultural treasures. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the United States was undergoing significant changes. Industrialization was transforming the landscape, and with the westward expansion, there was a growing awareness of the need to protect the nation's natural and cultural treasures. It was during this time that the Antiquities Act, a groundbreaking piece of legislation, was born. The Antiquities Act, passed into law on June 8, 1906, was the brainchild of President Theodore Roosevelt, an avid outdoorsman and conservationist, was deeply concerned about the rapid destruction of the country's unique landscapes and historic sites. He realized the need for a legal framework that would allow the president to preserve public lands as national monuments. The Antiquities Act granted the President of the United States the authority to designate national monuments on federal lands. These national monuments were to be areas of historical, cultural, scientific, or natural significance. The Act provided a mechanism for the swift protection of these areas without the need for congressional approval. One of the key provisions of the Antiquities Act was its flexibility. It allowed for the preservation of places that were not only of historic or scientific value, but also those with natural beauty and recreational opportunities. The Act recognized the importance of protecting the nation's diverse landscapes and cultural heritage. President Roosevelt wasted no time in utilizing the new law. Within months of its passage, he designated Devil's Tower in Wyoming as the first national monument. This iconic geological formation became the precedent for the preservation of natural wonders across the country. Under President Roosevelt's leadership, several more national monuments were designated, including the Grand Canyon in Arizona. The Antiquities Act empowered subsequent presidents to continue this legacy of conservation and protection. Over the years, the Antiquities Act has been used by nearly every U.S. president to protect areas of national significance. The Act played a pivotal role in the creation of iconic national parks like Zion, Bryce Canyon, and Acadia. It also allowed for the preservation of historical sites, such as the Statue of Liberty and the Harriet Tubman Underground Railroad National Historical Park. While the Antiquities Act has been a powerful tool for conservation, it has not been without its share of controversies. Some have argued that its use gives too much power to the president and bypasses the legislative process. As a result, there have been amendments and attempts to limit the Act's scope. However, the fundamental purpose of preserving America's treasures has remained a guiding principle. The Antiquities Act has left an indelible mark on the American landscape. It has allowed for the protection of natural wonders, cultural landmarks, and historical sites that define the nation. From the towering redwoods of California to the ancient cliff dwellings of the Southwest, the Act has ensured that these treasures are preserved for future generations to enjoy. Today, the Antiquities Act continues to be a critical tool for conservation and preservation. It reflects the enduring commitment of the United States to safeguard its rich heritage and natural beauty. As the country faces new challenges related to environmental conservation and cultural preservation, the Antiquities Act remains a beacon of hope, ensuring that America's remarkable legacy endures. The Antiquities Act stands as a testament to the vision and foresight of those who sought to protect America's natural and cultural heritage. Its legacy is one of preservation, conservation, and the belief that some places are so significant that they deserve to be safeguarded for all time. It is a reminder that, in the face of change and progress, there is a duty to protect the irreplaceable and cherish the unique. The story of the Antiquities Act is a story of stewardship, commitment, and the enduring love for the American landscape. It is a story that continues to unfold as new generations take up the mantle of conservation, ensuring that the nation's treasures remain protected and celebrated. Solidarity forever. The birth of the industrial workers of the world. It was the year 1905, a time when the American labor movement was in its infancy, characterized by fragmented unions and worker exploitation. In the midst of this tumultuous period, a group of radical labor activists gathered in Chicago to launch a revolutionary organization that would change the course of workers' rights and set a new standard for labor unions. This marked the birth of the Industrial Workers of the World IWW, a movement that would be a beacon of hope for countless laborers across the United States and beyond. The early 20th century was a time of rapid industrialization, with workers facing harsh conditions, long hours, low pay, and little to no job security. Traditional craft unions were the norm, but they often excluded unskilled laborers and people of color, leaving many workers without representation. In the face of these challenges, labor leaders, socialists, and anarchists came together to form the IWW, an inclusive labor union aimed at uniting all workers regardless of their skill level, race, or gender. The organization's motto, "An injury to one is an injury to all," encapsulated their commitment to solidarity. Among the prominent figures involved in the founding of the IWW were Eugene V. Debs, a socialist leader, and Big Bill Haywood, a labor organizer. They were joined by many others who believed in the power of collective action. The IWW's principles were radical for their time. They advocated for the abolition of the wage system and the establishment of a society where workers would collectively own and control the means of production. Their ultimate goal was to create a world in which laborers would no longer be exploited by the capitalist class. One of the IWW's most iconic tools was the Little Red Songbook, a collection of labor songs that inspired and mobilized its members. Songs like "Solidarity Forever" and "There is Power in a Union" became anthems of the labor movement, sung by workers on picket lines and during strikes. The IWW was known for its direct action tactics, including strikes and boycotts. They organized some of the most significant labor strikes in U.S. history, such as the 1912 Lawrence Textile Strike and the 1913 Patterson Silk Strike. These strikes were marked by the resilience and determination of workers, often facing brutal opposition from both employers and the government. The organization's commitment to free speech was also noteworthy. IWW members engaged in free speech fights, defying city ordinances that restricted their right to hold public meetings. They would often fill jails to capacity to defend their right to organize. Despite its relatively small size, the IWW's impact was substantial. It played a crucial role in advocating for better working conditions, fair wages, and workers' rights. The IWW's influence extended beyond the United States, with international branches in countries like Canada and Australia. The IWW faced intense opposition from powerful business interests and government forces. Many of its leaders were arrested and persecuted. In 1917, the United States entered World War I, and anti-radical sentiments surged. The government, under the Espionage Act, targeted the IWW and accused its leaders of obstructing the draft and opposing the war effort. This led to the imprisonment of key figures within the organization. The IWW's influence began to decline in the post-war years as the Red Scare and anti-union sentiments swept the nation. But the legacy of the IWW lived on in subsequent labor movements and the fight for workers' rights. Today, the IWW remains an active organization, continuing to advocate for labor rights and social justice. Its founding principles of inclusivity, direct action, and solidarity continue to inspire workers and activists around the world. The industrial workers of the world, born out of the struggles of the early 20th century, remains a symbol of hope and resilience in the ongoing fight for workers' rights and social equality. Pioneering excellence. The inspiring journey of Daniel Hale Williams. In the annals of American history, there are individuals whose remarkable achievements leave an indelible mark, not only on their generation, but on generations to come. Daniel Hale Williams, an African-American surgeon, is one such luminary figure whose pioneering spirit and dedication to his craft continue to inspire. This extensive story unveils the extraordinary life and accomplishments of a man who broke barriers and saved lives against all odds. Born on January 18, 1856, in Hollidaysburg, Pennsylvania, Daniel Hale Williams grew up in a time when racial discrimination was rampant in the United States. His father was a barber, and his mother was a domestic servant. And while their means were modest, they valued education. Williams attended the predominantly black-and Cell School, and later the integrated O'Reilly School, where his intellectual prowess became evident. The path to becoming a surgeon was a steep and challenging one for African Americans in the late 19th century. Williams' unwavering commitment led him to Janesville, Wisconsin, where he worked as an apprentice to a local surgeon there. He learned the fundamentals of surgical procedures, but his aspiration went beyond what the small town could offer. The windy city of Chicago beckoned, and Williams arrived in 1883. He began working as a barber, but his dreams lay in medicine. In 1887, he pursued further education at Chicago Medical College, now Northwestern University Medical School, facing racial discrimination in the process. Graduating in 1889, Williams became one of the first African Americans to earn a medical degree and be licensed as a physician in the state of Illinois. Williams worked at several medical facilities in Chicago, eventually opening his own practice. His commitment to providing medical care to underserved communities, especially African Americans, was unwavering. At a time when racial segregation was the norm, Williams opened a racially integrated hospital, providing care to patients regardless of their racial or ethnic backgrounds. On July 9, 1893, Dr. Daniel Hale Williams achieved a historic milestone in the field of medicine. He successfully performed open-heart surgery on James Cornish, a young man who had suffered a life-threatening stab wound. Without the benefits of modern medical technology, Williams operated, repaired the pericardium, and sutured the wound in the patient's heart. This groundbreaking achievement marked one of the earliest known successful open-heart surgeries. Williams went on to establish the Providence Hospital and training school for nurses in Chicago in 1891, becoming the first African-American controlled hospital. His commitment to providing health care and education made an enduring impact. Williams also co-founded the National Medical Association, an organization dedicated to promoting the interests of African American physicians. In 1913, Daniel Hale Williams was recognized for his remarkable contributions with the designation of Fellow from the American College of Surgeons, a notable distinction during a time of significant racial discrimination. He passed away on August 4, 1931, leaving behind a legacy of excellence, perseverance, and service to the medical field. The story of Dr. Daniel Hale Williams is a testament to the power of determination, a thirst for knowledge, and an unwavering commitment to serving others. His pioneering spirit in the field of medicine not only saved lives, but also blazed a trail for future generations of African American physicians. Daniel Hale Williams' legacy is a shining example of the transformative potential of individual excellence and the enduring impact it can have on society. Samuel Cody's Soaring Triumph, a milestone in British aviation. As the 20th century unfolded, the dream of manned flight captivated inventors and visionaries. Among them was Samuel Cody, an American-born showman and aviation pioneer who made history on October 16, 1909, with the first successful manned flight in a heavier-than-air craft in the United Kingdom. Born as Samuel Franklin Cowdery in 1867 in Davenport, Iowa, Cody later adopted the surname Cody, inspired by his fascination with the Wild West. He moved to England and became known for his Wild West shows, where he demonstrated his skills as a horseman and showman. Cody's interest in aviation led him to experiment with kites and gliders, inspired by the Wright brothers' success in the United States. Cody was determined to achieve powered flight. He designed and built his aircraft, incorporating elements of both biplanes and box kites. Cody's efforts drew the attention of the British Army, which saw potential military applications for aviation. In 1906, he received a contract to develop a powered kite, and later, he built the British Army Aeroplane No. 1, also known as the Cody Flyer. On October 16, 1909, at Farnborough, Hampshire, Samuel Cody made history by piloting the Cody Flyer. In the first successful powered flight in the UK, the aircraft, a biplane with a box kite design, achieved a distance of around 1,390 feet, marking a significant milestone in British aviation history. Cody continued to contribute to aviation innovation, developing more advanced aircraft. However, tragedy struck in 1913 when Cody died in a flying accident while testing a new design. Despite the loss, his impact on early aviation remained profound. Samuel Cody's pioneering achievements in aviation paved the way for future developments in British aviation. His contributions were recognized posthumously, and his legacy lives on in the annals of aerospace history. The flight of the Cody Flyer on that historic day in 1909 marked the dawn of a new era in British aviation. Samuel Cody's determination, innovation, and courage in the face of the unknown propelled him into the ranks of aviation pioneers, leaving an indelible mark on the trajectory of flight in the United Kingdom. RMS Mauritania, sailing the seas in elegance and speed. At the turn of the 20th century, ocean liners symbolized the epitome of luxury travel. The competition among shipping companies to construct the fastest and most opulent vessels was fierce, giving rise to a new era of transatlantic travel. In 1906, the Cunard Line, a renowned British shipping company, commissioned the construction of a new flagship RMS Mauritania designed by Leonard Pesquet. This majestic ocean liner was intended to surpass its predecessors in both speed and elegance. RMS Mauritania embarked on its maiden voyage on November 16, 1907. From Liverpool to New York, the ship showcased a harmonious blend of luxury and cutting-edge engineering. Passengers reveled in opulent amenities, from grand dining halls to lavish staterooms, setting a new standard for transatlantic travel. The Mauritania quickly gained a reputation for its speed. In 1909, it captured the Blue Ribbon for the fastest transatlantic crossing, a title it held for over 2 decades. Competition for this prestigious accolade intensified the rivalry between shipping companies, with each vying for supremacy on the North Atlantic route. The Mauritania's success was not only attributed to its opulence, but also to its innovative engineering equipped with powerful turbines. It could attain speeds of over 25 knots, making it a trailblazer in maritime technology. With the outbreak of World War I in 1914, the Mauritania was repurposed for military service. It served as a troop transport, contributing to the war effort by ferrying troops across the Atlantic. Its agility and speed made it a valuable asset during this critical period. After the war, the Mauritania returned to civilian service, but the changing landscape of travel, including the rise of air travel, posed challenges. Despite these changes, the ship continued to be a symbol of elegance and resilience, maintaining its allure as a transatlantic icon. As air travel gained prominence, the era of ocean liners gradually waned. The Mauritania made its final transatlantic voyage in 1934 and was eventually retired. While its sailing days concluded, the legacy of the RMS Mauritania endures, as it remains an enduring symbol of the golden age of ocean travel. The RMS Mauritania's illustrious career as a transatlantic marvel encapsulates an era when ocean liners were more than vessels. They were symbols of elegance, speed, and a spirit of exploration. The story of the Mauritania is not just a maritime tale. It is a glimpse into a bygone era when the journey was as enchanting as the destination, and ocean travel reached unprecedented heights of luxury and innovation. Thor washing machine and Persil detergent 1907. In the early 20th century, technological innovations were transforming daily life in the United States and around the world. The introduction of electricity brought about significant changes, and one of the areas where this transformation was most pronounced was in household chores. This was an era when housewives were often responsible for time-consuming and physically demanding tasks like laundry, and innovations in technology aimed to make their lives easier. In 1907, the Hurley Machine Company of Chicago introduced the Thor washing machine, a significant leap forward in laundry technology. The Thor washing machine was an electric-powered appliance that allowed for more efficient and effective clothes washing. It replaced the labor-intensive and time-consuming hand washing of clothes with a more automated and convenient process. Around the same time in Dusseldorf, Germany, another breakthrough was taking place in the world of household cleaning. A company introduced the first commercially available household detergent, and it was named Persil. This detergent marked a departure from the traditional soap-based cleaning products that had been used for generations. It was formulated to be more effective at removing dirt and stains from clothing and other household items. The introduction of the Thor washing machine and Persil detergent had a profound impact on the lives of housewives and homemakers. It made the process of doing laundry more efficient, saving time and effort. This innovation was a reflection of the broader trend of technological advancement in the early 20th century, which aimed to improve the quality of life for individuals and families by streamlining household tasks. The combination of electric washing machines and effective detergents like Persil helped lay the foundation for modern laundry practices, making it easier for people to keep their clothes clean and well-maintained. These innovations not only simplified domestic life, but also contributed to the evolving role of women in society, as they had more time to pursue other interests and activities outside of the home. The flame of revolution. Russia in turmoil. In the waning years of the 19th century and the dawn of the 20th, Russia stood on the precipice of great change. A vast empire stretching across Eurasia, it was a land of stark contrasts, a place where tradition and modernity collided, and where a growing desire for freedom began to stir in the hearts of its people. By 1905, the Russian Empire was fraught with political, social, and economic tensions. It was often referred to as the powder keg of Europe, ready to explode at the slightest spark. The autocratic rule of Tsar Nicholas II, a leader out of touch with the plight of his subjects, exacerbated the unrest. The people yearned for political reforms and greater civil liberties. The fuse was lit on January 22, 1905, an infamous day in Russian history known as Bloody Sunday. Thousands of peaceful protesters, led by a priest named Georgy Gapon, marched to the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg, hoping to present a petition to the Tsar. Their demands included better working conditions, higher wages, and an end to the Russo-Japanese War. As they approached the palace, the Imperial Guard opened fire on the unarmed crowd. Hundreds were killed or wounded, and the event marked the beginning of a nationwide upheaval. The violence of Bloody Sunday sent shockwaves throughout the empire. Strikes, protests, and riots erupted in cities and towns across Russia. Workers, students, and even parts of the military began to challenge the authority of the Tsar. The cry for change was heard not only in the major cities, but also in the countryside, as peasants demanded land reforms and an end to their serf-like conditions. Faced with mounting pressure, Tsar Nicholas II was compelled to respond. On October 30, 1905, he issued the October Manifesto, a document that promised civil liberties, including freedom of speech and assembly, as well as the creation of an elected legislative body known as the Duma. While this was seen as a significant step forward, it didn't quell the revolutionary fervor entirely. The revolution had given rise to political movements and parties that sought to shape Russia's future. Groups such as the Social Democrats, Social Revolutionaries, and the Constitutional Democrats, among others, began to play significant roles in the political landscape. They held diverse views, from advocating for workers' rights to pushing for a constitutional monarchy. Despite the promise of the October Manifesto, the revolution was far from over. The Tsar's regime launched a brutal crackdown, and 1906 saw a surge in government repression. Yet, the spirit of revolution persisted, and although the initial wave of unrest had subsided, it had left an indelible mark on Russian society. The events of 1905 set the stage for the more significant upheaval that would occur in 1917, leading to the overthrow of the Romanov dynasty and the establishment of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic. The Russian Revolution of 1905 was a prelude to the more sweeping and transformative Russian Revolution of 1917, which forever altered the course of history. The Russian Revolution of 1905 was a prelude to the more sweeping and transformative Russian Revolution of 1917, which forever altered the course of history. The Russian Revolution of 1905, marked by its courage and sacrifices, laid the groundwork for the even more profound changes that would shake Russia and the world in the years to come. It was a turbulent chapter in the country's history, where the voices of the people began to shape the destiny of a vast and complex empire. A revolution in science. Albert Einstein's theory of special relativity. In the early 20th century, the world of physics was on the brink of a revolution. Scientific paradigms were about to be shattered, and one man stood at the center of this impending transformation, Albert Einstein. His groundbreaking work on the theory of special relativity would forever change the way we perceive the universe. Albert Einstein was born in Ulm, Germany, in 1879. From a young age, he displayed an extraordinary aptitude for mathematics and physics. However, His early education was marred by conflicts with authority figures, and he often felt like a rebellious outsider. Despite these challenges, Einstein persevered. He enrolled at the Polytechnic Institute in Zurich, Switzerland, and graduated in 1900. After graduation, he struggled to find employment, working briefly as a tutor and a patent examiner. It was during this period of introspection and intellectual exploration that he began formulating the ideas that would eventually lead to the theory of special relativity. The theory of special relativity was born out of a simple, yet profound question. What if the laws of physics were the same for all non-accelerating observers, regardless of their relative motion? This question led Einstein to develop the groundbreaking postulates. 1. The principle of relativity. The laws of physics are the same for all observers in uniform motion relative to one another. In other words, there is no privileged frame of reference. 2. The speed of light is constant. The speed of light in a vacuum, denoted by c, is the same for all observers, regardless of their motion or the motion of the light source. This is a departure from classical physics, which assumed that the speed of light was influenced by the motion of the observer. Einstein's theory introduced a concept that would become synonymous with his name, E is equal to mc squared. This equation describes the equivalence of mass m and energy E, with the speed of light c as the constant of proportionality. It revealed that mass could be converted into energy and vice versa, paving the way for the development of nuclear energy and atomic bombs. One of the most famous aspects of special relativity is time dilation. According to the theory, time is relative and can dilate or contract depending on an observer's motion. This means that as an object approaches the speed of light, time slows down relative to a stationary observer. The practical implications of time dilation have been experimentally confirmed and play a crucial role in the functioning of technologies like GPS. Special relativity also introduced the concept of length contraction, where objects appear shorter when they are in motion relative to an observer. Additionally, it challenged the classical notion of simultaneity, asserting that events that appear simultaneous to one observer may not be simultaneous to another moving observer. Einstein's theory of special relativity was revolutionary, but it wasn't immediately embraced by the scientific community. It challenged centuries of established physics and required a shift in thinking. However, over time, its validity was confirmed through numerous experiments and observations. In 1905, Einstein published his theory of special relativity in a paper titled "On the Electrodynamics of Moving Bodies," forever altering the landscape of physics. This theory laid the foundation for his later work on the general theory of relativity, which introduced the concept of gravity as the warping of space-time. Albert Einstein's theory of special relativity remains one of the cornerstones of modern physics. It has expanded our understanding of the universe, changed the way we approach problems in science, and continues to inspire new generations of physicists and researchers. Einstein's relentless pursuit of knowledge and his willingness to challenge established beliefs have left an indelible mark on the world of science and our perception of the cosmos. This extensive story not only explores the development of special relativity, but also delves into the life and intellectual journey of Albert Einstein. Is a tale of curiosity, perseverance, and the transformative power of groundbreaking ideas. Albert I, ascending the throne as King of the Belgians. Albert I, born Albert Leopold Clement Marie Meinrad, entered the world on April 8, 1875, as the second son of Prince Philippe, Count of Flanders, and Princess Marie of Hohenzollern. From an early age, Albert exhibited qualities that would later define his reign: intelligence, a sense of duty, and a commitment to public service. Albert received a rigorous education, including military training at the Royal Military Academy in Brussels. His military service played a crucial role in shaping his character, instilling in him a deep respect for discipline and a sense of responsibility toward his nation. Albert's life took an unexpected turn in 1905, when his older brother, Broaden, passed away. This tragedy catapulted Albert into the position of heir to the Belgian throne in 1909, following the death of his uncle, King Leopold II. Albert ascended to the throne as King of the Belgians. On December 23, 1909, Albert I was officially crowned in a solemn ceremony marking the beginning of his reign. The young king faced the challenging task of leading a nation that had undergone significant social and political changes during the preceding decades. Belgium, known for its complex political landscape, required a thoughtful and diplomatic leader. Albert I embraced his role with a focus on unity and stability. His reign saw efforts to bridge divides and address societal issues, earning him respect among the Belgian people. Albert I's most defining moment came during World War I. When Germany invaded Belgium in 1914, Albert led his army in the defense of his nation. His personal bravery and commitment to his people earned him the moniker the Night King. Albert and the Belgian forces played a crucial role in slowing down the German advance and contributing to the overall Allied effort. After the war, Albert I faced the challenging task of rebuilding a war-torn nation. His leadership extended beyond the battlefield to the reconstruction of Belgium, emphasizing reconciliation and rebuilding. King Albert I became a prominent advocate for peace and international cooperation. He played a key role in the establishment of the League of Nations, emphasizing the importance of diplomacy and collaboration in preventing future conflicts. Despite his efforts for peace, tragedy struck in 1930 when King Albert I died in a climbing accident in the Alps. His death was a shock to the nation, and Belgium mourned the loss of a beloved king. His son, Leopold III, succeeded him. Albert I's reign as King of the Belgians marked a period of significant challenges and triumphs. From unexpected ascension to the throne, to the crucible of World War I and the subsequent efforts for peace, Albert I's legacy endures as that of a king who faced adversity with courage, led his nation through turbulent times, and left an indelible mark on the history of Belgium. his commitment to the well-being of his people, and his advocacy for peace remain an integral part of his enduring legacy. Racing into history. The inaugural opening of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. In the early 20th century, a quartet of visionaries, Carl G. Fisher, James A. Allison, Frank H. Wheeler, and Arthur C. Newby, envisioned a space where the nascent automotive industry could test its limits. This vision led to the establishment of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, a revolutionary project that would redefine the world of motorsports. The chosen location for the Speedway was a vast expanse of farmland northwest of downtown Indianapolis. Construction commenced in 1909, and the unique design of the track set it apart. The rectangular 2.5-mile track featured for turns banked at a revolutionary 9 degrees, providing higher speeds and safer racing conditions. August 19, 1909, marked the official opening of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, an event that would go down in history. The day was nothing short of a spectacle, drawing over 12,000 spectators eager to witness the birth of a new era in automotive racing. The inaugural day featured a diverse range of racing events, from hot air balloon races to motorcycle competitions. The event culminated in a series of automobile races that left an indelible mark on motorsports history. The roar of engines and the scent of burning rubber filled the air, signaling the beginning of a legacy. The first competitive event held at the Speedway was a 250-mile race, won by Ray Harun driving the Marmon Wasp. This victory not only marked a significant achievement for Harun, but also set the tone for the countless triumphs and records that would be etched into the track's history. One distinctive feature of the original track was its surface paved with 3.2 million bricks. This earned the Speedway the nickname the Brickyard. The bricks, initially intended for durability, became a symbol of the Speedway's endurance and its enduring connection to automotive history. The Indianapolis Motor Speedway underwent various transformations over the years. The surface transitioned from bricks to asphalt, and the track saw numerous upgrades to enhance safety and to accommodate the ever-evolving technology of race cars, yet the essence of speed and competition remained unchanged. In 1911, the Indianapolis 500 was introduced, quickly becoming the crown jewel of American motorsports, covering 500 miles. The race captured the imagination of racing enthusiasts worldwide and solidified the Speedway's place as a mecca for motorsports. The Speedway became a witness to countless milestones, the triumphs of legendary drivers, and the cultural impact of motorsports. From the achievements of A.J. Foyt, Hal Unser, and Rick Mears to the memorable moments etched into the annals of racing history, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway became a sacred ground for racing enthusiasts. As we reflect on the opening of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in 1909, we see not just a racetrack but a living testament to the spirit of competition, innovation, and human achievement. The Speedway's legacy endures, carrying with it the echoes of engines, the cheers of fans, and the tireless pursuit of speed that continues to captivate hearts in every lap. The inaugural opening of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in 1909 was a pivotal moment that ignited a passion for speed and competition. From its humble beginnings as a farmland dream to its status as a global racing icon, the Speedway stands as a testament to the enduring pursuit of excellence in motorsports. The Indianapolis Motor Speedway is not just a racetrack, it's a living, breathing monument to the thrill of the race, and its legacy continues to unfold with each turn of the wheel. The Second Hague Peace Conference, Shaping International Law and Diplomacy. The Second Hague Peace Conference, held in 1907, was a significant international diplomatic event aimed at addressing issues related to warfare, arms control, and the promotion of peaceful conflict resolution. Here's an extended story on the Second Hague Peace Conference. As the 20th century dawned, the international community sought avenues to mitigate the devastating impact of war and promote mechanisms for peaceful resolution of conflicts. The First Hague Peace Conference in 1899 marked the first major attempt to address these concerns, resulting in the establishment of the Permanent Court of Arbitration. However, the escalating geopolitical tensions and military advancements leading up to World War I necessitated a follow-up conference. The idea of a Second Hague Peace Conference gained momentum in the early 20th century, championed by advocates of disarmament and international cooperation. The conference aimed to build upon the achievements of its predecessor and address emerging issues in the realm of international law, arms limitation, and humanitarian concerns during times of conflict. The Second Hague Peace Conference convened on June 15, 1907, at the Peace Palace in The Hague, Netherlands. Delegations from 44 nations, including major powers like the United States, the United Kingdom, Germany, and Russia, gathered to deliberate on a wide range of topics related to international peace and security. One of the key outcomes of the conference was the expansion and refinement of the laws of war. Delegates sought to codify rules governing the conduct of hostilities, protection of civilians, and treatment of prisoners of war. The Hague Conventions of 1907, comprising several treaties and declarations, emerged from these discussions and set the groundwork for the laws of armed conflict that continue to influence international humanitarian law today. The conference also addressed the issue of disarmament, reflecting concerns about the arms race among major powers. While comprehensive disarmament agreements were not achieved, the discussions laid the foundation for future efforts to control the growth of military capabilities and prevent an arms race that could escalate into global conflict. Another notable outcome was the establishment of the Permanent Court of Arbitration (PCA) building on the framework set by the First Hague Peace Conference. The PCA provided a forum for peaceful resolution of disputes between states, further emphasizing the commitment to resolving conflicts through diplomatic means. rather than resorting to war. The Second Hague Peace Conference represented a significant step toward the institutionalization of international law and the creation of mechanisms to prevent and manage conflicts. Despite the looming specter of World War I, the conference demonstrated a shared international commitment to finding diplomatic solutions to disputes and regulating the conduct of nations during times of war. While the optimism of the Second Hague Peace Conference was later overshadowed by the outbreak of World War I in 1914, its legacy endured. The principles and agreements reached at The Hague laid the groundwork for subsequent efforts to establish international organizations and treaties aimed at preventing conflict and promoting peace on a global scale. The Hague Conventions and the Permanent Court of Arbitration stand as enduring symbols of the international community's commitment to the peaceful resolution of disputes and the promotion of humanitarian principles in times of war. The melting pot, a cauldron of stirring and seething. At the turn of the 20th century, the United States was experiencing a significant influx of immigrants from diverse cultural backgrounds. The metaphor of the melting pot emerged as a powerful expression to describe the assimilation of these various groups into a unified American identity. In 1908, playwright and novelist Israel Zangwill penned the play The Melting Pot. In this work, the metaphor took on a vivid and dynamic form to Zangwill. The melting pot wasn't a gentle simmering pot of stew. It was a cauldron, roaring and bubbling, as he wrote, stirring and seething. This evocative imagery captured the intense process of cultural amalgamation and transformation occurring in the crucible of American society. The melting pot symbolized the idea that immigrants, upon entering the United States, would undergo a process of cultural blending. All traditions, languages, and customs would meld together to form a new American identity. The metaphor suggested a harmonious fusion of diverse elements, creating a singular national character. While the melting pot metaphor conveyed a sense of unity and assimilation, it also sparked debate and critique. Some argue that it oversimplified the complexity of immigrant experiences and ignored the challenges and sacrifices involved in acculturation. Critics pointed out that the metaphor implied a one-way process, where diverse cultures melted into a dominant mold, potentially erasing unique identities. Zangwill's choice of words, stirring and seething, captured the dynamism and tensions within the melting pot. The process of cultural amalgamation wasn't passive. It involved active engagement, negotiation, and sometimes conflict. Different cultural elements were stirred together, creating a complex mixture that shaped the evolving American identity. Different cultural elements were stirred together, creating a complex mixture that shaped the evolving American identity. Over the decades, the metaphor of the melting pot remained a central theme in discussions about American identity. However, evolving perspectives began to emphasize the idea of a salad bowl or mosaic, recognizing the value of maintaining distinct cultural elements within the broader American tapestry. In contemporary discourse, discussions about cultural diversity and inclusion often acknowledge the ongoing challenges of achieving a harmonious blend. The metaphor of the melting pot has been reinterpreted to reflect a more nuanced understanding of cultural interactions, with an emphasis on mutual respect, coexistence, and the celebration of diversity. Israel Zangwill's portrayal of the melting pot as a roaring cauldron, stirring and seething, encapsulated the dynamic and sometimes tumultuous nature of cultural assimilation in the early 20th century. While the metaphor sparked important conversations about identity and unity, its legacy endures in the ongoing exploration of how diverse cultures shape and enrich the American experience. The First Moroccan Crisis, prelude to European turmoil. In the annals of history, the First Moroccan Crisis stands as a pivotal event that brought the European powers to the brink of war and reshaped the dynamics of international diplomacy in the early 20th century. The late 19th and early 20th centuries were marked by intense rivalries among the major European powers. Imperialism and colonial expansion were at their zenith, and the scramble for overseas territories often led to tensions and confrontations. The continent was divided into two major alliance systems: the Triple Entente, comprising France, Russia, and the United Kingdom, and the Triple Alliance, including Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Italy. Against this backdrop, the focus of the world's attention shifted to the North African Kingdom of Morocco. This nation, with its strategic location and resources, was a coveted prize for European colonial powers. France had long established interests in Morocco, while Germany, under Kaiser Wilhelm II, pursued an aggressive policy of Weltpolitik, or world politics. This policy aimed at expanding Germany's influence and colonies worldwide, often challenging the existing order and provoking tensions. The First Moroccan Crisis began in March 1905. When Kaiser Wilhelm II arrived in Morocco, he declared his support for Moroccan sovereignty, ostensibly in opposition to French influence, but with underlying imperial ambitions. The sudden appearance of the German emperor on Moroccan soil triggered alarm and suspicion among the other European powers, especially France. France, as a long-time stakeholder in Morocco, viewed Germany's actions as a direct challenge to its interests. Diplomatic tensions escalated as both nations flexed their military muscles. The international community held its breath, fearing a full-scale war in Europe. The crisis took a more diplomatic turn, with the convening of the Algeciras Conference in 1906. This conference, held in Algeciras, Spain, aimed to resolve the Moroccan question peacefully. It involved 13 European powers and the United States, serving as an impartial mediator. The deliberations at the conference ultimately favored France. The outcome of the Algeciras Conference reinforced French influence in Morocco, but it did not quell the underlying tensions between the major powers. The episode highlighted the fragility of the balance of power and the potential for conflicts to erupt in Europe. The first Moroccan crisis demonstrated the fragility of the international order and the potential for major conflicts among the European powers. While it did not lead to a full-scale war, it set the stage for subsequent crises that would culminate in the cataclysmic events of World War I. This crisis also underscored the complex web of alliances and entanglements that bound the European powers. The tensions between France and Germany would continue to fester, contributing to the broader instability in the years that followed. In hindsight, the first Moroccan crisis serves as a warning about the dangers of nationalist ambitions, imperialism, and a lack of effective diplomacy. It was a prelude to the turbulent period that would define the early 20th century. The echoes of this crisis would reverberate through history, reminding us of the perils of geopolitical brinkmanship and the importance of peaceful conflict resolution in a rapidly changing world. I hope you enjoyed this extensive story on the first Moroccan crisis. All you history enthusiasts, English learners, and bedtime listeners. Theodore Roosevelt's Nobel Peace Prize for his role in ending the Russo-Japanese War. In the annals of history, the Nobel Peace Prize holds a special place as a symbol of exceptional contributions to peace, diplomacy, and conflict resolution. One of the most remarkable and unexpected recipients of this prestigious award was none other than the 26th President of the United States, Theodore Roosevelt. At the turn of the 20th century, the world watched as two formidable nations, Russia and Japan, approached a looming conflict that would come to be known as the Russo-Japanese War. The primary bone of contention was the dominance of Manchuria and Korea, with both nations vying for control and influence in the region. Tensions escalated, and war became inevitable. In 1904, the conflict erupted, and the world was taken aback by the ferocity of the fighting. The Russo-Japanese War would go down in history as one of the most brutal and hard-fought wars of its time. Amidst the chaos of war, a surprising figure emerged as a mediator between the warring powers, President Theodore Roosevelt. Roosevelt, who had assumed the presidency after the assassination of President William McKinley, was determined to end the bloodshed and negotiate a peaceful resolution. His role in the conflict was both unexpected and unprecedented, as it marked the first time a sitting U.S. president had directly mediated a peace agreement between two foreign nations. Roosevelt's willingness to act as a mediator was rooted in his belief in diplomacy and his commitment to the peaceful resolution of conflicts. His efforts were neither solicited nor anticipated, but he saw an opportunity to promote peace and seized it. In 1905, the war had taken a heavy toll on both Russia and Japan. Recognizing the need for a resolution, President Roosevelt invited representatives from both nations to the United States for negotiations. The peace talks took place in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and were brokered by Roosevelt himself. His role in these negotiations was pivotal. and his determination to reach an agreement was unwavering. After weeks of negotiations, an agreement was reached. The Treaty of Portsmouth was signed in September 1905, bringing an end to the Russo-Japanese War. The treaty recognized Japan's dominance in Korea and awarded them territories in the region, while Russia ceded part of its leasehold of Manchuria to China. The world was taken aback when, in 1906, Theodore Roosevelt was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for his role in ending the Russo-Japanese War. This recognition marked the first time a U.S. president had received the Nobel Peace Prize. While not everyone agreed with the decision, it highlighted the significance of Roosevelt's role in preventing further bloodshed and fostering peace. Roosevelt's mediation in the Russo-Japanese War was a turning point in diplomatic history. It showcased the potential for the United States to play a leading role in global conflict resolution and diplomacy. It also established Roosevelt as a prominent figure on the international stage. The Nobel Peace Prize, awarded to Theodore Roosevelt for his efforts in ending the Russo-Japanese War, had a lasting impact on American diplomacy and the world's perception of the United States as a peacemaker. Roosevelt's approach to international conflict demonstrated the importance of diplomacy and the pursuit of peaceful solutions. The Russo-Japanese War and its resolution in Portsmouth remain a testament to the power of diplomacy, the unexpected roles leaders can play in resolving conflicts, and the enduring significance of the Nobel Peace Prize as a symbol of global efforts to promote peace. The story of President Theodore Roosevelt's receipt of the Nobel Peace Prize for his role in ending the Russo-Japanese War serves as a reminder of the potential for peace even in the midst of war, and the enduring legacy of those who work to make the world a more peaceful place. The Wright Brothers' Triumph, A Journey to the Skies. Once upon a time, in a windswept corner of Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, the brothers dared to dream of soaring among the birds. Orville and Wilbur Wright, known to many as bicycle makers, were consumed by a passionate obsession. Flight. Their journey began not with wings but with wheels. The Wright brothers, hailing from Dayton, Ohio, had always been tinkerers. They built bicycles with meticulous precision, their mechanical aptitude unrivaled, but their dreams soared higher. They yearned to conquer the skies, to achieve what had eluded humans for centuries: powered, controlled flight. The brothers chose Kitty Hawk for its strong, consistent winds and a vast stretch of sandy dunes, ideal for testing their flying machines. It was here, in 1900, that they conducted their first glider experiments, with Wilbur guiding the unwieldy contraption through the air. These initial trials taught them that they needed a powered solution. But how does one build an engine light enough to lift off the ground? In their bicycle shop, they tinkered endlessly, eventually constructing a lightweight and efficient engine, propellers, and the biplane design. They were on the cusp of realizing their dreams. The chilly morning of December 17, 1903, dawned with anticipation and apprehension. A crowd of curious onlookers gathered as the Wright brothers wheeled their flyer, a biplane with a 12-horsepower engine, to the takeoff point. Orville assumed the pilot's seat with Wilbur at his side, ready to assist. With bated breath, the engine roared to life, and the flyer rumbled down the wooden launch rail in a heartbeat. It was airborne, and Orville had become the first human to pilot a powered, controlled, heavier-than-air flight. He remained in the air for a mere 12 seconds, covering a distance of 120 feet. The flyer touched down, and history was made. With the taste of success, the Wright brothers were unstoppable. They made several more flights that momentous day, each one longer and more control than the last. Wilbur and Orville took turns at the controls, flying multiple times. The longest flight of the day covered 850 feet in 59 seconds. News of their achievement spread like wildfire. The world was introduced to the age of aviation. The Wright brothers' meticulous research, innovative design, and fearless determination had paid off in grand fashion. The Wright brothers' first powered flight at Kitty Hawk in 1903 marked a turning point in history. Their invention opened the door to the skies, shaping the world of transportation and communication. Over the years, their pioneering efforts laid the foundation for modern aviation, leading to advancements that would take humanity to the moon and beyond. The brothers' flyer, once a wooden and canvas marvel, now rests in the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum, a symbol of the indomitable human spirit and the limitless bounds of human invention. And so the tale of Orville and Wilbur Wright, the bicycle makers from Dayton, Ohio, became a testament to human ingenuity and determination. Their legacy is a reminder that with a dream, dedication, and a relentless pursuit of the impossible, we can touch the skies and achieve greatness. This story narrates the incredible journey of the Wright brothers, from their humble beginnings as bicycle makers to their historic achievement in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. It celebrates their spirit of innovation and their unyielding determination to conquer the skies, leaving a lasting legacy in the annals of human history. Amundsen's Triumph. Roald Amundsen's epic journey to the South Pole 1911. At the dawn of the 20th century, the exploration of the polar regions captured the imagination of adventurers worldwide. One of the most intense competitions was the race to be the first to reach the South Pole, a quest that saw multiple expeditions vying for the honor. Roald Amundsen, a Norwegian explorer known for his experience in Arctic conditions, originally planned to be the first to navigate the Northwest Passage. However, upon learning of Robert Falcon Scott's intention to lead an expedition to the South Pole, Amundsen swiftly changed his focus. In secrecy, Amundsen and his team prepared meticulously for the Antarctic journey. They equipped themselves with sled dogs, skis, and carefully selected supplies. Amundsen recognized the importance of the Inuit sled dog culture, adopting their techniques for polar travel. Setting sail on the ship Fram, Amundsen's expedition arrived in the Bay of Whales, Antarctica, in January 1911. Establishing a base camp named Framheim, he strategically positioned it closer to the pole than Scott's base. On October 19, 1911, Amundsen and his team set out for the pole, relying on a disciplined approach and the efficiency of dog sleds. The journey was challenging, with harsh weather conditions and treacherous terrain, but Amundsen's strategic decisions and experience prevailed. Roald Amundsen and four members of his team reached the South Pole on December 14, 1911, becoming the first humans to stand at the Earth's southernmost point. The Norwegian flag fluttered in the Antarctic winds, marking a historic triumph in polar exploration. While Amundsen celebrated his success, tragedy befell Robert Falcon Scott and his British expedition. Scott and his team reached the pole a month later, only to discover that Amundsen had preceded them. The return journey proved fatal for Scott and his companions. Amundsen's successful expedition to the South Pole secured his place in history as a polar exploration pioneer. His meticulous planning, adoption of indigenous knowledge, and strategic decision-making set a standard for future explorers. Roald Amundsen's triumphant journey to the South Pole in 1911 stands as a testament to human endurance, strategic planning, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. The race to the pole, marked by both triumph and tragedy, remains a pivotal chapter in the annals of polar exploration, with Amundsen's achievement shining as a beacon of success in the frozen expanses of Antarctica. The Great San Francisco Earthquake of 1906. In the early hours of April 18, 1906, the city of San Francisco was shrouded in darkness and quiet. Residents lay in their beds, unaware of the cataclysmic event that would soon change the course of their lives. Just as the clock struck 5:12 a.m., the earth beneath the city's foundation began to tremble, setting in motion one of the most devastating natural disasters in American history. San Francisco, situated along the picturesque coastline of California, had grown into a thriving metropolis. The city was known for its steep hills, its iconic cable cars, and its bustling port. People from all over the world had flocked to San Francisco during the California gold rush of 1849, hoping to strike it rich in the abundant gold mines of the region. Over the decades, it had become a hub of commerce and culture on the West Coast, earning the nickname the Paris of the West. The earthquake that struck San Francisco in 1906 was a result of the tectonic forces building up along the San Andreas Fault. The city had experienced tremors in the past, but none compared to the sheer force of what was about to unfold. The ground ruptured along a 290-mile stretch of the fault, releasing pent-up energy. The initial shock, with an estimated magnitude of 7.8 to 8.3, lasted about 45 seconds, leaving no one in doubt that something catastrophic was unfolding. The earth shook violently, buildings swayed, and the noise of grinding rock filled the air. Telephones and gas lines were severed, plunging the city into darkness. While the earthquake had caused significant damage, it was just the beginning of San Francisco's ordeal. Fires broke out across the city, spreading rapidly due to the ruptured gas lines and the unavailability of water to combat the flames fanned by strong winds. The fires raged out of control, consuming entire blocks. Desperate attempts were made to contain the fires, but they continued to devour the city. Firefighters and volunteers fought valiantly, often using dynamite to create fire breaks, but their efforts were often in vain. The destruction was profound. The earthquake and subsequent fires left an estimated 3,000 people dead, and over half the city's population homeless. City officials and residents were left with the daunting task of rebuilding. In the wake of the disaster, lessons were learned about the importance of earthquake-resistant buildings and urban planning. San Francisco's rebirth would see a commitment to better construction practices and preparedness for future seismic events. The Great San Francisco Earthquake of 1906 remains a symbol of resilience. The city and its people, despite the immense challenges they faced, emerged stronger and more determined to create a safer, more vibrant, and more inclusive San Francisco. This disaster, while devastating, was not the end but a new beginning for the city by the bay. The San Francisco earthquake of 1906 left an indelible mark on the city's history. It led to the development of stricter building codes and seismic retrofitting in the region. It also underscored the importance of disaster preparedness and response. The earthquake, with all its tragedy, showcased the resilience of the people of San Francisco and their determination to rebuild and thrive in the face of adversity. Today, the earthquake is remembered through memorials and historical sites that tell the story of that fateful morning in 1906. San Francisco has not only risen from the ashes, but has become a global symbol of a city that refuses to be defeated. This story of disaster, devastation, and determination is a testament to the strength of the human spirit and the ability to rebuild, even when faced with the most overwhelming of challenges. The Model T, pioneering a revolution in automobiles. In the early 20th century, the automotive landscape was characterized by luxury cars accessible only to the wealthy. Enter Henry Ford, a visionary industrialist with a dream of making cars affordable for the masses. This vision laid the groundwork for what would become the iconic Ford Model T. Henry Ford and his team set out to design a car that was not only affordable, but also reliable and easy to maintain. The Model T, unveiled in 1908, featured a simple and sturdy design, prioritizing functionality over extravagance. It was a car for the common person, embodying Ford's belief in democratizing mobility. While the Model T's design was revolutionary, it was Ford's approach to production that truly transformed the automotive industry in 1913. The moving assembly line was introduced at the Ford Highland Park plant. This innovation streamlined the manufacturing process, reducing the time it took to build a car from over 12 hours to just 93 minutes. It was a watershed moment that not only made the Model T more affordable, but also set a new standard for mass production. With assembly line production, the cost of manufacturing the Model T plummeted. This cost reduction was passed on to consumers, and the initial price of the Model T was set at $850, making it the first truly affordable automobile. The Model T became synonymous with the idea that ordinary people could enjoy the benefits of technological advancements. The affordability of the Model T had a profound impact on American society. It marked the beginning of a new era in personal transportation, liberating people from the constraints of distance and revolutionizing travel. The Model T wasn't just a car, it was a symbol of innovation, progress, and the changing face of America. The success of the Model T wasn't confined to the United States. Ford's assembly line methods and the mass production of affordable cars became a blueprint for the automotive industry worldwide. The Model T's influence reached far beyond its time, shaping the way cars were manufactured and sold for decades. Production of the Model T continued until 1927, with over 15 million units sold. Its longevity and widespread adoption solidified its place in history as one of the most influential and iconic cars ever produced. The Model T's legacy is not just in its numbers, but in the profound impact it had on mobility, industry, and the very fabric of society. The Model T wasn't just a car, it was a revolution on wheels. From its humble beginnings on October 1, 1908, the Model T transformed the automotive landscape, making cars accessible to ordinary people and reshaping the way we think about personal transportation. Henry Ford's vision had come to life, and the Model T remains a symbol of innovation, accessibility, and the power to change the world one revolution at a time. The U.S. Panic of 1907, J.P. Morgan's intervention, and the birth of the Federal Reserve. Certainly, the Panic of 1907, also known as the Knickerbocker Crisis, was a severe financial crisis that had widespread implications for the United States economy. Here's an extended story on the Panic of 1907. At the turn of the 20th century, the United States was experiencing a period of rapid economic growth and financial expansion. However, this prosperity was accompanied by the emergence of financial speculation, particularly in the stock market, and the increasing complexity of the financial system. The roots of the Panic of 1907 can be traced back to various factors, including a speculative bubble in the stock market, the inadequacies of the national banking system, and global economic conditions. One of the key triggers was the attempt to corner the market in shares of the United Copper Company by a group of speculators led by F. Augustus Hines and Charles Morse. When their scheme failed, It set off a chain reaction of events that exposed vulnerabilities in the financial system. The crisis unfolded in October 1907 when a series of bank runs and failures occurred. Trust in the banking system eroded rapidly as depositors rushed to withdraw their funds from banks that were perceived to be at risk. The crisis reached its peak with the failure of the Knickerbocker Trust Company, a major financial institution in New York, in late October. As the panic spread, there was a lack of a centralized institution or mechanism to provide liquidity and stabilize the financial system. This led prominent bankers and financiers, including J.P. Morgan, to intervene in an attempt to restore confidence and prevent a more severe economic downturn. J.P. Morgan played a central role in resolving the crisis in what became known as the Morgan Panic. He assembled a coalition of bankers to provide financial support to troubled banks and stabilize the markets. Morgan's efforts included the infusion of his own funds and the coordination of a consortium of banks to lend money to institutions in distress. The crisis prompted a reevaluation of the nation's banking and financial systems in the aftermath of the Panic of 1907. There was a growing recognition of the need for a more robust central banking mechanism to provide stability and prevent future financial panics. This sentiment ultimately contributed to the establishment of the Federal Reserve System in 1913. The Panic of 1907 had significant economic and political implications. It exposed weaknesses in the existing financial infrastructure, prompting calls for reform and regulatory measures. The crisis also highlighted the role of prominent individuals like J.P. Morgan in shaping the course of events during times of economic uncertainty. The aftermath of the Panic of 1907 left a lasting impact on the United States' approach to financial regulation and the management of economic crises. The lessons learned from this episode influenced the creation of the Federal Reserve System, which was designed to provide a more flexible and responsive framework for monetary policy and financial stability. While subsequent financial crises, including the Great Depression of the 1930s, would shape the trajectory of U.S. economic policy, the Panic of 1907 remains a pivotal moment that spurred reforms and laid the groundwork for the modern financial system. The first Baseball World Series 1903, the birth of glory. In the late 19th century, baseball was rapidly gaining popularity across the United States. It had evolved from a casual pastime to a professional sport with organized leagues and teams. The sport captured the imagination of the American public, and baseball fever was sweeping the nation. At the time, two major baseball leagues, the American League L and the National League NL, were competing for dominance. The L was founded in 1901 and aimed to challenge the NL's supremacy in professional baseball. This rivalry set the stage for what would become the first official championship series. As the 1903 baseball season unfolded, the Boston Red Sox emerged as the champions of the American League, while the Pittsburgh Pirates claimed the National League title. This set the stage for an unprecedented showdown between the two leagues. The country was buzzing with anticipation. The concept of a championship series was still in its infancy. Negotiations between the team owners, led by Boston's Henry Killalea and Pittsburgh's Barney Dreyfuss, were required to arrange a series between the league champions. Agreement was reached, and the championship series was set to begin. On October 1, 1903, the first pitch of the inaugural World Series was thrown at Boston's Huntington Avenue baseball grounds. The atmosphere was electric, and the whole nation was eager to witness this historic clash between the American and National leagues. The best-of-9 series was fiercely competitive. The Red Sox and Pirates battled for supremacy on the field, with each game bringing its own drama and excitement. The intense rivalry between players like Boston's Cy Young and Pittsburgh's Honus Wagner added to the spectacle. The series was initially a best-of-9 contest, and by Game 8, the Boston Red Sox held a 4-3 lead. In a thrilling matchup, the Pirates secured a victory, tying the series for 2-4. This meant that the deciding Game 9 would determine the champion. On October 13, 1903, the final game took place in Boston. It was a closely fought battle, but the Boston Red Sox emerged victorious, winning the game 3-0. With that, they claimed the first World Series title in baseball history. The success of the 1903 World Series had a profound impact on baseball. It solidified the concept of a championship series, which would become a cherished tradition. The World Series would go on to captivate fans for generations, becoming a defining feature of American sports culture. The first World Series was a historic moment, and its legacy lives on. It marked the birth of a tradition that continues to enthrall baseball enthusiasts and bring communities together, exemplifying the spirit of America's national pastime. Pikes Peak Gold Rush, unearthing fortunes in the Old West. The Pikes Peak Gold Rush was a pivotal event in the mid-19th century that drew thousands of prospectors to the western United States in search of gold. The discovery of gold in the Pikes Peak region, part of the Rocky Mountains, sparked one of the largest and most significant gold rushes in American history. The journey to the gold fields began in 1858, when gold was reportedly found near the confluence of the South Platte River in what is now Denver, Colorado. News of the discovery quickly spread, triggering a rush of individuals seeking their fortune in the rugged mountainous terrain surrounding Pikes Peak. Prospectors from various backgrounds, including miners, farmers, and merchants, flocked to the region, creating a diverse and bustling population almost overnight. The promise of riches drew people from all walks of life, leading to the establishment of makeshift settlements and mining camps across the area. The Pikes Peak Gold Rush was unique in that it was not solely centered around one particular gold discovery, but rather a broader region. Prospectors explored the mountainous terrain, panning for gold in streams and rivers, and eventually discovering gold veins in the quartz rocks of the mountains themselves. The rush to Pikes Peak was characterized by the challenges of harsh weather, difficult terrain, and limited resources. Many prospectors faced adversity as they tried to extract coal. From the rugged landscape, however, the allure of wealth and the excitement of the venture continued to attract fortune seekers. As the population in the region increased, so did the demand for infrastructure and services. Towns and settlements sprang up, and entrepreneurs capitalized on the needs of the burgeoning population by providing goods, services, and entertainment. Central City and Black Hawk, for example, became to prominent mining towns in the area. The boom brought about social and cultural changes as well. The diverse population created a melting pot of different backgrounds, fostering a sense of community despite the challenges. The region witnessed the clash of various cultures as Native American communities were impacted and tensions rose over competing claims to the land. While the Pikes Peak gold rush did not yield the massive fortunes that some prospectors had hoped for, it played a crucial role in the development of the western United States. It contributed to the growth and establishment of Colorado as a territory, leading to statehood in 1876. The legacy of the Pikes Peak gold rush extends beyond the immediate economic impact. It contributed to the broader pattern of westward expansion and migration, shaping the history of the American frontier. The experience of prospectors and settlers in the Pikes Peak region remains a compelling chapter in the story of America's quest for wealth and opportunity. During the 19th century, the birth of modern physics, Einstein's innumerabilis papers. In the year 1905, a young and relatively unknown physicist, Albert Einstein, forever altered the landscape of modern science. This remarkable year would come to be known as Einstein's Annus Mirabilis, or Miracle Year, as he published for groundbreaking scientific papers that fundamentally change our understanding of the universe. Einstein's journey into scientific stardom began with his exploration of the photoelectric effect. In his first paper, he proposed a revolutionary idea that light could be quantized into discrete packets of energy, which he called quanta or photons. This concept laid the foundation for quantum mechanics, challenging classical physics and marking a shift towards a new era in scientific thought. In a second paper, Einstein provided compelling evidence for the existence of atoms and molecules by explaining the erratic motion of tiny particles suspended in a fluid known as Brownian motion. This paper confirmed the atomic theory and served as undeniable proof of the existence of atoms, a concept that was still debated at the time. Einstein's third paper presented the theory of special relativity, perhaps his most famous and revolutionary work. In it, he introduced the famous equation, E equals mc squared, demonstrating the equivalence of mass and energy. This theory upended the classical Newtonian physics and introduced the idea that time and space are not absolute but relative to the observer's motion. The implications of this theory revolutionized the understanding of the cosmos, paving the way for new concepts of space, time, and the nature of the universe itself. The fourth and final paper of Einstein's Annus Mirabilis explored the concept of mass energy equivalence. Here, he introduced the notion that mass and energy are interchangeable, proposing that a small amount of mass could release a vast amount of energy, which would later become the cornerstone of nuclear physics. These four papers collectively transformed the world of physics. Einstein had not only provided revolutionary insights, but he had also disrupted established scientific doctrines, setting the stage for a more profound understanding of the universe. Einstein's Annus Mirabilis papers not only earned him fame and recognition, but also fundamentally shifted the scientific paradigms of the 20th century. They became the stepping stones for further developments in theoretical physics, including the general theory of relativity, which he would introduce later. This intellectual journey through Einstein's Annus Mirabilis serves as a testament to the power of human curiosity and the unending quest for knowledge that defines the very essence of scientific exploration. Alberta and Saskatchewan join Canada. 1,905 prairie provinces unite. In the early 20th century, Canada was still forming as a nation. It was a diverse landscape comprising provinces and territories, each with its unique culture and identity. Two of the prairie provinces, Alberta and Saskatchewan, were on the cusp of joining the Confederation. Alberta and Saskatchewan were part of the Northwest Territories, vast stretches of open land rich in resources. The population was growing, and the need for provincial status became apparent. Local leaders and politicians in the region began advocating for this change. The push for provincial status gained momentum in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. A key figure in this movement was Frederick W.A.G. Halton, the Premier of the Northwest Territories. He campaigned vigorously for the region to have the same rights and status as the existing provinces. In 1905, the Canadian government passed the Alberta Act and the Saskatchewan Act, granting provincial status to these prairie regions. On September 1, 1905, both Alberta and Saskatchewan officially became provinces of Canada. The transition to provincial status came with its share of challenges. Establishing governments, infrastructure, and public services were top priorities. The new provinces needed to address issues like land distribution, education, and Indigenous relations. The development of railroads played a significant role in the growth of Alberta and Saskatchewan. Railways opened up new opportunities for trade, connecting these provinces to the rest of Canada and the world. This facilitated the movement of people and goods. The prairies were fertile lands, and agriculture became a cornerstone of the provincial economies. Crops like wheat and barley thrived, and the provinces became known as Canada's breadbasket. This agricultural success led to increased prosperity and growth. It's essential to acknowledge that the formation of these provinces impacted Indigenous communities. Their land and way of life faced significant changes. The relationship between the new provincial governments and indigenous peoples would evolve over time. Over a century later, Alberta and Saskatchewan have continued to evolve. They have grown into vibrant provinces with thriving economies, diverse populations, and rich cultural landscapes. Their contributions to Canada are significant, and their distinct identities are celebrated. The story of Alberta and Saskatchewan joining Canada is not just a historical tale, but an ongoing journey. It's a story of growth, development, and adaptation. These provinces remain integral to the tapestry of modern Canada, a testament to the ever-evolving nature of this great nation. The Anglo-Russian Convention. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the great powers of Europe were engaged in a complex and often precarious dance of diplomacy and alliances. One of the pivotal moments in this intricate web of international relations was the signing of the Anglo-Russian Convention of 1907. At the heart of this diplomatic maneuvering was the Great Game, a term used to describe the strategic rivalry between the British Empire and the Russian Empire in Central Asia. Both powers sought to expand their influence and control in this region, which was rich in resources and held significant geopolitical importance. The Anglo-Russian Convention of 1907 was essentially a diplomatic agreement that settled several outstanding disputes and established spheres of influence for both empires. Here are the key points of the convention. 1. Tibet. The convention recognized China's suzerainty over Tibet and agreed that neither the British nor Russian government would interfere in Tibet's internal affairs. This effectively neutralized Tibet as a potential point of conflict between the two empires. 2. Persia, modern-day Iran. The convention divided Persia into 3 zones of influence: a northern zone under Russian influence, a southeastern zone under British influence, and a neutral zone in between. This division aimed to prevent direct confrontations between British and Russian forces in Persia. 3. Afghanistan. The convention confirmed Afghanistan's status as an independent and sovereign state. Both Britain and Russia agreed not to interfere in Afghanistan's internal affairs or establish military bases there. 4. Outer Mongolia. Both parties recognized Chinese suzerainty over Outer Mongolia, but agreed to maintain the status quo there. The Anglo-Russian Convention of 1907 effectively marked the end of the Great Game. By delineating spheres of influence and settling disputes in Central Asia, the agreement reduced the potential for direct confrontation between the British and Russian empires. This was crucial in maintaining peace in a volatile region and avoiding a costly conflict. The convention had a lasting impact on the political and territorial landscape of Central Asia. The division of Persia into influence zones would contribute to tensions and conflicts in the region in the following decades. However, by neutralizing Tibet and recognizing Afghanistan's sovereignty, the convention also set the stage for these regions' eventual independence and self-determination. Overall, the Anglo-Russian Invention of 1907 exemplifies the complexities of imperial diplomacy during the early 20th century and the efforts of great powers to maintain stability and secure their strategic interests in a rapidly changing world. An unforgivable tragedy. The Herero and Nama genocide. In the annals of history, certain events stand as stark reminders of the darkest aspects of human nature. The Herero and Nama genocide is one such chapter, a harrowing tale of colonization, oppression, and brutality that unfolded in what is now Namibia during the early 20th century. This extensive story takes you back to those bleak times, providing a comprehensive account of the events, the people involved, and the enduring impact of this unforgivable tragedy. The Herero and Nama genocide did not emerge in isolation, but against the backdrop of Europe's colonial ambitions in Africa. The late 19th century witnessed a scramble for Africa, with European powers eager to carve up the continent for their economic gain. Among them, Imperial Germany sought to establish its presence in what was then German Southwest Africa, now Namibia. Central to our story are the Herero and Nama peoples, indigenous communities who had inhabited these lands for centuries. They had their languages, cultures, and traditions, living in relative harmony with the land. With the arrival of German colonial forces, the stage was set for a disastrous clash of cultures and ambitions. German settlers coveted the land, primarily for its potential as a source of wealth and prosperity. This desire for land and resources fueled conflicts and confrontations. The spark for the Herero and Nama genocide can be traced to the 1904 Herero uprising, facing oppression, land dispossession, and violence at the hands of German settlers and soldiers. The Herero people, under the leadership of Samuel Maherero, took up arms. This rebellion set in motion a series of events that would lead to catastrophic consequences. The German response to the Herero rebellion was swift and brutal. Under the command of General Lothar von Trotha, the colonial forces waged a ruthless campaign, leading to atrocities that haunt the historic record. The violence and displacement of the Herero and Nama peoples are deeply unsettling chapters in this history. As conflict escalated, General von Trotha issued an ominous order that would become infamous, the Extermination Order. The atrocities that followed included mass killings, forced labor, displacement, and inhumane conditions in concentration camps. Thousands of Herero and Nama people perished, and those who survived faced unimaginable suffering. In recent years, there have been efforts to acknowledge this dark chapter in history. The German government officially recognized the events as genocide, offering a formal apology and financial reparations to the descendants of the victims. This recognition is an essential step in acknowledging the lasting impact of this tragedy on the Herero and Nama communities. The Herero and Nama-genocide stands as a sobering reminder of the horrors of colonialism and unchecked power. This extensive story aims to shed light on the events and their enduring legacy, emphasizing the importance of understanding and remembering this dark period in history. A timeless tradition begins. The first New Year's Eve ball drop. As the 19th century gave way to the 20th, New Year's Eve celebrations were already a cherished tradition. However, something extraordinary was about to happen in the heart of New York City that would elevate the festivities to a whole new level. In 1904, Longacre Square in Manhattan was renamed Times Square after the New York Times moved its headquarters to the newly built Times building. Little did anyone know that this iconic location would become synonymous with New Year's Eve celebrations worldwide. The owner of the Times building, Adolph Fox, had a brilliant idea to celebrate the end of 1907 and welcome 1908 in grand fashion. He envisioned a spectacle that would captivate the city a ball drop, inspired by maritime timekeeping. Fox wanted to signal the precise moment of midnight to the crowd below. On the night of December 31st, 1907, as the final seconds of the year ticked away, a 700-pound iron and wood ball adorned with 125-watt light bulbs descended from the flagpole atop the Times building. The sight was a marvel, and the event instantly captured the imagination of New Yorkers. The ball drop in Times Square quickly became a symbol of hope and renewal in the midst of a rapidly changing world. The annual ritual offered a moment of unity and reflection for people from all walks of life. It marked the passage of time and the promise of a fresh start with the coming year. Over the years, the New Year's Eve celebration in Times Square continued to evolve. The original ball was replaced with more sophisticated versions, incorporating advancements in technology and design. The event grew in scale, drawing crowds from around the globe and becoming a focal point of global attention. Today, the New Year's Eve ball drop in Times Square is a global phenomenon. Millions of people gather in person, while billions more tune in from afar to witness the dazzling spectacle. The event has transcended its local origins to become a symbol of unity, joy, and the shared optimism that comes with the beginning of a new year. The legacy of the first New Year's Eve ball drop in Times Square endures as a testament to the power of tradition and communal celebration. What began as a local event in 1907 has grown into a symbol of global unity, reminding us all that, no matter where we are, the arrival of a new year is a moment to come together, reflect, and look forward with hope. The first New Year's Eve ball drop in Times Square was more than a spectacle. It was the birth of a tradition that would transcend generations and captivate the world. As the ball descends each year, it symbolizes not just the passage of time, but the shared aspiration of humanity for a brighter future, one that begins with the promise of a new year. The first transatlantic radio transmission. 1901 Waves of Progress. The early 20th century was an era of pioneering technologies and groundbreaking achievements. Among these, the development of wireless telegraphy, or radio communication, marked a significant turning point. Marconi, a young Italian inventor, played a pivotal role in advancing this technology. Guglielmo Marconi, born in 1874, was a man with a vision. His fascination with the electromagnetic waves and wireless communication led him to experiment with radio transmission. By the age of 21, he had already obtained his first patent for wireless telegraphy. Marconi's quest for long-distance radio transmission culminated on December 12, 1901. He chose Signal Hill in St. John's, Newfoundland, as the site for his audacious experiment. On the other side of the Atlantic, in Poldhu, Cornwall, England, Marconi set up a powerful radio transmitter. As the historic moment neared, Marconi and his team awaited a signal from across the ocean. On December 12th, at 12:30 p.m., they received a faint but distinct series of Morse code signals. The message was transmitted from the radio station in Poldhu, traveled across the vast expanse of the Atlantic, and was received in Newfoundland. It consisted of the letter S, 3 dots in Morse code, signifying success. The successful transatlantic radio transmission marked a monumental achievement. It proved that wireless telegraphy had the potential to revolutionize global communication. Marconi's feat was not only a scientific milestone, but also a practical demonstration of how radio waves could be harnessed for practical purposes. Marconi's work laid the foundation for modern radio, and his company, Marconi Wireless Telegraph, played a crucial role in the development of radio communication. This technological advancement had profound implications for maritime safety, military communication, and the mass media. The first transatlantic radio transmission was a defining moment in the history of telecommunications. It marked the beginning of an era in which radio waves would connect people across continents, influence news dissemination, and shape the world of entertainment. As time passed, radio technology continued to evolve, leading to the development of commercial broadcasting, two-way radio communication, and eventually, the emergence of the radio as a cultural and entertainment medium. The story of the first transatlantic radio transmission is a testament to human ingenuity and the unrelenting pursuit of innovation. It serves as a reminder that many of the technological marvels we take for granted today began as audacious experiments and bold visions of a better connected world. Pablo Picasso's Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, a revolutionary shift in modern art. Certainly, Les Demoiselles d'Avignon is a groundbreaking masterpiece by the Spanish artist Pablo Picasso, created in 1907. This painting is considered a seminal work in the development of modern art, marking a departure from traditional artistic conventions and paving the way for the emergence of Cubism. Here's an extended story on Les Demoiselles d'Avignon. At the dawn of the 20th century, the art world was experiencing a period of profound transformation. The traditional conventions of representational art were being challenged by avant-garde movements, and artists were exploring new ways of expressing reality. Picasso, a Spanish artist who had settled in Paris, found himself at the center of this artistic ferment. Pablo Picasso, initially associated with the vibrant and expressive style of Fauvism, was constantly pushing the boundaries of artistic expression. By 1907, he was experimenting with a more radical departure from traditional representation, inspired by African and Iberian art. This experimentation would culminate in the creation of Les Demoiselles d'Avignon. The title of the painting refers to Avignon Street in Barcelona, a place known for its brothels. Picasso drew inspiration from Iberian sculpture and African art, particularly masks. The influence of African tribal masks is evident in the distorted and angular facial features of the figures. Les Demoiselles d'Avignon is renowned for its radical departure from conventional artistic representation. Picasso shattered the norms of perspective and proportion, presenting the viewer with a fractured and disorienting composition. The figures, with their distorted and mask-like faces, challenge the viewer's expectations and perceptions of beauty. The painting is often considered a precursor to the Cubist movement. Picasso's exploration of multiple perspectives, geometric forms, and the deconstruction of the human figure laid the foundation for the analytical and synthetic phases of Cubism that would follow. Les Demoiselles d'Avignon is a pivotal work that signaled a shift from representational art to a more abstract and conceptual approach. Upon its completion, Les Demoiselles d'Avignon was initially met with shock and controversy. The raw and confrontational depiction of the female form, along with its departure from traditional aesthetics, challenged the artistic establishment. However, over time, the painting gained recognition as a groundbreaking work that ushered in a new era in the history of art. Les Demoiselles d'Avignon remains a cornerstone of modern art, symbolizing a radical break from the past. Its influence reverberated through the 20th century, inspiring subsequent generations of artists and contributing to the development of various art movements, including Cubism, Surrealism, and abstract expressionism. In conclusion, Les Demoiselles d'Avignon stands as a testament to Picasso's revolutionary approach to art. Its impact extends far beyond the canvas, marking a pivotal moment in the evolution of artistic expression and laying the groundwork for the transformative movements that would shape the course of modern art in the 20th century. Bloody Sunday 1905. The Spark-Off Revolution. In the early 20th century, Russia was a powder keg of social unrest, economic hardships, and political discontent. The country's autocratic rule under Tsar Nicholas II had left many Russians disillusioned and desperate for change. Workers toiled in dismal conditions, peasants suffered from poverty, and various ethnic groups within the Russian Empire faced discrimination and persecution. As the demand for political reform grew, so did the tensions between the Russian government and its people. The tipping point came in 1905 when a peaceful workers' protest turned into a massacre that would be forever etched in history as Bloody Sunday. St. Petersburg, the capital of the Russian Empire, was the stage for this tragic event. The Winter Palace, the magnificent residence of the Tsar, stood as a symbol of the vast disparities between the ruling class and the oppressed masses. The protagonists were as follows: workers and peasants, the backbone of Russian society, suffering from dire working conditions and poverty. Father Georgy Gapon, a priest and labor leader, who became a central figure in the events leading up to Bloody Sunday. Tsar Nicholas II, the last emperor of Russia, known for his repressive rule. In January 1905, Father Gapon led a peaceful workers' procession to the Winter Palace to present a petition to the Tsar. The workers, accompanied by their families, carried religious icons and sang hymns as a show of nonviolent protest. Their petition demanded better working conditions, higher wages, and the end of the Russo-Japanese War. As they approached the palace, they were met by a line of soldiers and Cossacks who received orders to disperse the crowd. In the chaos that followed, shots were fired, and the soldiers attacked the peaceful demonstrators. The result was a massacre, with hundreds killed and many more wounded. Bloody Sunday ignited a wave of protests, strikes, and uprisings across Russia. Workers, students, and even sections of the military joined the cause, demanding political reform and an end to autocracy. This unrest, collectively known as the Russian Revolution of 1905, put enormous pressure on Tsar Nicholas II. To appease the public, the Tsar issued the October Manifesto in 1905, promising civil liberties, including the formation of a state Duma parliament. Although this didn't mark the end of autocracy, it was a step towards constitutional government in Russia. Bloody Sunday profoundly impacted Russia's political landscape. While it did not bring an immediate end to autocracy, it set the stage for the larger and more successful Russian Revolution of 1917, which ultimately led to the overthrow of the Romanov dynasty and the establishment of a communist government under Vladimir Lenin.
In the annals of American history, the year 1901 stands as a pivotal juncture. It was a year marked not only by the winds of change, but also by an event that would etch itself indelibly into the tapestry of the nation's collective memory. This is the story of President William McKinley's shooting, a tale of dire circumstances and miraculous resilience, a chapter that captures the quintessence of unity and human fortitude. Chapter 1: The Fateful Day. On September 6, 1901, the President of the United States, William McKinley, was attending the Pan American Exposition in Buffalo, New York. A seemingly ordinary day took a sudden and malevolent turn when a deranged anarchist, Leon Cholgus, in a brazen act of violence, fired 2 shots at the president. The nation was thrust into a state of shock and dismay as the president lay grievously wounded, his life teetering on the precipice of uncertainty. Section 1: The Shockwave of an Assassination. The news of the assassination attempt reverberated far and wide, causing tremors of disbelief and dread. The American populace, irrespective of political affiliation or creed, was united by a common sentiment: deep concern for the life of their president. A pall of anxiety descended upon the land as churches, synagogues, and places of worship were inundated by supplicants, fervently invoking the grace of Providence for McKinley's recovery. Chapter 2. The heroic surgeon Dr. Roswell Park. At the epicenter of the effort to salvage the president's life stood the eminent surgeon, Dr. Roswell Park. Born in 1852, Dr. Park's name resonated with authority in the annals of American medicine. His illustrious career was a testament to the heights that medical science could attain. As the attending surgeon, Dr. Park was confronted with the gravest of responsibilities, navigating the intricate terrain of saving a president's life. His dexterous hands, guided by the wisdom of medical science, would go on to perform surgical feats that would be etched into the annals of surgical history. Section 2. The War on Infection and Time. The medical team, orchestrated by Dr. Park, embarked upon a harrowing struggle against infection and time. Their modus operandi was punctuated by pioneering surgical techniques and rigorous sterilization protocols. The race against time unfolded with an intensity that only a president's life hanging in the balance could instigate. Chapter 3. The Arduous Climb to Recovery. In the days that succeeded the harrowing event, President McKinley's condition embarked on a tenuous trajectory toward convalescence. The nation, akin to a collective sentinel, kept a vigilant eye on the president's progress. The tale of McKinley's gradual convalescence metamorphosed into a beacon of hope and an emblem of resilience. Conclusion: a nation's resilience. The narrative of President McKinley's convalescence in the crucible of 1901 symbolizes the indomitable spirit of a nation in the throes of adversity. It is a narrative that underscores unity, determination, and human tenacity. The resilience exhibited by the American people during this critical juncture in history serves as an enduring testament to the strength of a democracy in the face of tribulation. This narrative, in its rich and nuanced tapestry of words, not only delves into history, but also provides an unparalleled platform for the enhancement of English language skills. Within its folds, you can explore an expansive lexicon encompassing medical terminology, emotions, and the extraordinary resilience of a nation facing the crucible of time. If you have any specific inquiries or aspects you'd like to delve into within this narrative, please feel free to specify, and I will gladly provide further insights.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Beneath the Hudson, connecting horizons. In the early 20th century, the burgeoning urban centers on either side of the Hudson River faced a common challenge: efficient transportation across the river. As the demand for travel and trade grew, a solution emerged in the form of the Hudson River Railroad Tube. The concept of a railroad tube beneath the Hudson River took shape as engineers envisioned a groundbreaking transportation link between New York City and New Jersey. The project aimed not only to streamline commuter traffic, but also to facilitate the movement of goods and foster economic growth. Building a railroad tube beneath a major river presented formidable engineering challenges. Engineers had to devise innovative solutions for tunneling through the riverbed while ensuring the safety and stability of the structure. The project demanded meticulous planning and coordination to overcome the geological obstacles posed by the river's depths. On February 25, 1909, the Hudson River Railroad tube was officially completed and opened to the public. The twin-tube system allowed for trains to travel between Manhattan and Hoboken, providing a swift and reliable transportation link. The grand unveiling marked a historic moment in the evolution of urban infrastructure and transportation networks. The completion of the Hudson River Railroad tube had a transformative effect on commuting patterns and trade activities. Commuters now had a more efficient means of traversing the Hudson River, reducing travel time and enhancing connectivity between the two states. Additionally, the improved transportation infrastructure facilitated the movement of goods, contributing to the economic development of the region. The construction of the railroad tube also showcased technological advancements in tunneling and engineering. The use of innovative construction methods and materials paved the way for future projects, influencing the evolution of subaqueous tunneling techniques. The Hudson River Railroad tube left an enduring legacy, serving as a model for subsequent transportation infrastructure projects over the years. The tube underwent upgrades and expansions to meet the growing demands of a dynamic and expanding metropolitan region. The completion of the Hudson River Railroad tube in 1909 stands as a testament to human ingenuity and the relentless pursuit of progress. This engineering marvel not only addressed immediate transportation needs, but also laid the foundation for the continued development of urban infrastructure, connecting horizons and fostering economic vitality for generations to come.
In the early 1900s, during a time when the world stood at the brink of a new era, an extraordinary woman named Annie Edson Taylor etched her name in the annals of history through her remarkable courage, unwavering determination, and an audacious stunt that would leave an indelible mark on the world. Annie's life was a testament to the remarkable feats that ordinary individuals can achieve when faced with adversity. Born in 1838, Annie Edson Taylor's life was marked by a series of ups and downs. In her younger years, she pursued a career in teaching and enjoyed a relatively quiet life. She married her husband, David Taylor, and together they had a son, Clarence. However, as life would have it, her marital bliss was short-lived. Tragedy struck when her husband passed away suddenly, leaving her a widow and a single mother. With her husband's passing came a financial crisis that loomed over her life. She found herself struggling to make ends meet, facing the dawning prospect of providing for her son and securing a stable future. It was a circumstance that would have broken the spirits of many, but Annie was made of different metal. As she scoured the newspapers in search of a solution to her financial woes, she stumbled upon an article that would change her life forever. The piece spoke of daredevils and adventurers who sought to conquer the mighty Niagara Falls, a natural wonder known for its raw power and majestic beauty. The mere thought of such an audacious feat captured Annie's imagination. The Niagara Falls had always held a mystical allure. It was a place where nature's fury was on full display, and where the dreams of those who dared to challenge its might sometimes turned into nightmares. For many, the falls were a source of inspiration, but they also served as a stark reminder of the perilous consequences that could befall those who ventured too close. The tales of daredevils who had made their attempts to navigate the falls were both thrilling and terrifying. Some had emerged victorious, while others met a tragic end. Annie Edson Taylor was not oblivious to the risks and dangers that lay ahead, but she saw an opportunity amid the adrenaline-fueled spectacles that drew crowds and media attention. Her solution was audacious and unprecedented. She resolved to become the first person to survive a trip over Niagara Falls in a barrel. The year was 1901, and Annie, at the age of 63, stood on the precipice of a decision that would alter the course of her life. Her barrel, a unique design of her own creation, was snug-fitting and robust. She enlisted the help of a small crew who would assist her in navigating the tumultuous waters leading to the falls. The fateful day arrived on the 24th of October. The skies were crisp and clear, offering no hint of the tumultuous journey that awaited Annie. Clad in her specially designed barrel, she set out on her remarkable adventure. With a sense of purpose and determination that defied her age, Annie and her crew launched their barrel into the strong currents of the Niagara River. The river's currents were unforgiving, pulling and tugging at the barrel as it inched closer to the falls. The world held its breath, both in anticipation and fear, as the barrel drew nearer to the precipice. As Annie's barrel teetered at the brink, the deafening roar of the falls filled the air. The water's thunderous roar was accompanied by the bone-rattling impact of its mighty force. Annie's barrel tumbled and rolled, a mere speck amidst the vast expanse of water and rock. Moments later, the battered and beaten barrel bobbed to the surface, battered but intact. Annie Edson Taylor had achieved the impossible. She emerged from the barrel, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the extraordinary courage that resided within her. The world watched in awe and amazement as she emerged from the waters, battered but alive. Annie had defied the odds, becoming an instant sensation and a symbol of courage and resilience. Her daring feat, undertaken not for fame but for financial stability, had captured the world's attention. Newspapers and magazines covered her story, and she embarked on a tour, recounting her incredible journey and inspiring countless individuals with her tale of bravery. The story of Annie Edson Taylor's courage is more than just a thrilling spectacle. It is a testament to the power of human determination and the enduring spirit of adventure. She faced her fears and overcame incredible odds, proving that age is no barrier to achieving the extraordinary. Her story transcended the boundaries of age and gender, serving as a reminder that the human spirit knows no limits when it comes to bravery and resilience. Annie's remarkable journey was a testament to the idea that life is full of challenges and opportunities, and it is our response to them that defines our legacy. She demonstrated that one should never underestimate the strength that resides within, waiting to be awakened when the call of adventure beckons. Annie's story continues to inspire individuals of all ages to face their fears, take risks, and seize life's adventures with both hands. Her journey is a reminder that, regardless of the obstacles and adversity we may face, the power to conquer them lies within us. As you delve into the depths of Annie Edson Taylor's remarkable journey, take note of the rich vocabulary and conversational skills used to convey the story's emotions, descriptions, and the indomitable spirit of Annie Edson Taylor. This narrative is not just a thrilling tale of courage, but also a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit and the indomitable courage that resides within each of us, waiting to be unleashed when the call of adventure beckons.
A Journey Through Time. The spectacular St. Louis World's Fair. In the year 1904, the world was abuzz with anticipation. The city of St. Louis, Missouri, was preparing to host one of the most spectacular events in history, the St. Louis World's Fair, officially known as the Louisiana Purchase Exposition. It was an event that would captivate the hearts and minds of people from all corners of the globe and leave an indelible mark on the pages of history. The idea for the fair was born out of the desire to commemorate the centennial of the Louisiana Purchase, a momentous transaction in which the United States acquired a vast territory from France, doubling the size of the young nation. it was decided that the best way to celebrate this historic acquisition was to organize a World's Fair of unparalleled grandeur. Preparations for the fair began years in advance, and the city of St. Louis underwent a dramatic transformation. A grandiose forested park was constructed to serve as the fair's backdrop, and within this park, an entire city of magnificent structures emerged. These buildings, adorned with exquisite architecture, were designed to represent the rich diversity of cultures and achievements from around the world. The fair's official opening day, April 30th, 1904, was a momentous occasion. The President of the United States, Theodore Roosevelt, made a historic speech, and with the press of a button, he sent electricity coursing through the fair's power lines, illuminating the entire grounds. It was a breathtaking sight that left the attendees in awe. One of the central features of the fair was the grand centerpiece, known as the Palace of Varied Industries. This colossal structure showcased the latest technological innovations and the wondrous achievements of human industry. Visitors marveled at inventions such as the telephone, the airplane, and X-ray technology, which were still in their infancy. The fair was not only a celebration of the past, but also a glimpse into the future. A dazzling array of pavilions represented countries from every corner of the globe. These pavilions were more than just showcases of culture and industry. They were gateways to distant lands, inviting visitors to explore the richness and diversity of the world. The Philippine Reservation, for instance, transported attendees to the tropical archipelago and introduced them to the culture and traditions of the Filipino people. Another iconic feature of the St. Louis World's Fair was the Ferris wheel, which had been first introduced in Chicago's World Columbian Exposition in 1893. It stood as a symbol of American ingenuity and innovation, with its 36 passenger cars, each capable of carrying 60 people. The Ferris wheel offered breathtaking views of the entire fairgrounds and the city beyond. Entertainment was abundant at the fair, with numerous stages and theaters hosting musicians, dancers, and actors from around the world. Scott Joplin, the king of ragtime, performed his famous compositions, and the fair became one of the first places where large audiences were introduced to the captivating rhythms of ragtime music. Throughout the fair, countless food vendors offered a wide range of culinary delights. It was here that many Americans first tasted new and exotic dishes, such as ice cream cones, hamburgers, and cotton candy, which later became staples of American cuisine. The St. Louis World's Fair was not just about showcasing technological advancements and international cultures. It also played a significant role in promoting social progress. It featured an exhibit on the topic of women's suffrage, which contributed to the growing movement for women's rights in the United States. By the time the fair concluded on November 23, 1904, over 19 million people from all over the world had visited, and they had been enchanted by the grandeur, the innovation, and the rich tapestry of cultures on display. The fair had not only celebrated the Louisiana Purchase, but had also showcased the progress of a nation and the promise of a brighter future. As the sun set on the fairgrounds and the lights of the city of St. Louis sparkled in the distance. The St. Louis World's Fair became a cherished memory, a testament to human achievement, and a symbol of the limitless possibilities that the future held. It had left an indelible mark on the hearts and minds of all who had the privilege to attend, and it remains a shining moment in the annals of history. The world had witnessed the birth of a new era, one where imagination and innovation knew no bounds. The Federal Reserve, shaping a nation's finances since 1913. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the United States faced a volatile financial landscape. The absence of a central banking system led to a series of financial panics and banking crises, emphasizing the need for a more stable and flexible monetary system. The Panic of 1907, a severe financial crisis, underscored the weaknesses in the existing financial infrastructure. Bank runs, liquidity shortages, and an inability to respond effectively highlighted the necessity for a centralized institution capable of overseeing monetary policy and regulating the money supply. In response to these challenges, Congress passed the Federal Reserve Act in 1913, marking a significant turning point in American financial history. The act established the Federal Reserve System, a decentralized central banking system comprising 12 regional banks and a board of governors in Washington, D.C. The Federal Reserve was designed to address several key objectives, including providing a stable and flexible monetary system, acting as a lender of last resort to prevent bank runs, regulating the money supply, and fostering economic stability. The Federal Reserve System structure incorporated a balance between centralized and regional control. The Board of Governors set national monetary policy, while the regional banks facilitated banking operations and implemented policies tailored to regional economic conditions. The Federal Reserve was equipped with various tools to influence monetary policy, such as open market operations, the discount rate, and reserve requirements. These mechanisms allowed the Fed to adjust interest rates, control inflation, and respond to economic downturns. The establishment of the Federal Reserve fundamentally altered the dynamics of the U.S. economy. The Fed played a crucial role in mitigating the effects of the Great Depression in the 1930s, and its role became even more significant in the latter half of the 20th century. Over the years, the Federal Reserve has evolved to meet the changing economic landscape. It has faced challenges including the stagflation of the 1970s, the savings and loan crisis in the 1980s, and the 2008 financial crisis, during which the Fed implemented unprecedented measures to stabilize the economy. Despite its pivotal role, the Federal Reserve has not been without criticism. Debates continue over its level of independence, transparency, and the effectiveness of its policies. The central bank's decisions and actions often spark discussions on their impact on inflation, employment, and financial stability. The Federal Reserve, born out of the necessity for financial stability, has played a central role in shaping the economic landscape of the United States. Its establishment in 1913 marked a departure from the financial uncertainties of the past, providing a framework that has endured and adapted to the challenges of a dynamic and ever-changing global economy. The story of the Federal Reserve is one of innovation, adaptation, and the ongoing pursuit of economic stability. Messianic Aliyah, pioneering steps toward a homeland. At the turn of the 20th century, the dream of returning to a homeland and establishing a Jewish state gained momentum. The concept of Aliyah, meaning the return of Jews to the land of Israel, took on a messianic significance in 1908. A significant event unfolded that would mark the beginning of a new chapter in the Zionist movement. In 1882, a group of Jewish immigrants known as the Bilu pioneers arrived in Ottoman Palestine, driven by a sense of idealism and the desire to reclaim their ancestral homeland. The Biluim, an acronym for House of Jacob, come, let us go, were inspired by the ideals of the Havivei Zion movement, which sought to promote Jewish settlement in Palestine. The early Zionist pioneers faced numerous challenges. In the harsh Palestinian environment, they worked to cultivate the land, establish agricultural communities, and contribute to the development of the region. Despite hardships, the Biluim paved the way for future waves of Jewish immigration and played a crucial role in the Zionist enterprise. The concept of Messianic Aliyah was deeply intertwined with Messianic aspiration for the restoration of the Jewish people in their historic homeland. The return to Zion was seen as a fulfillment of ancient prophecies and a step toward the redemption of the Jewish people. The arrival of the Bilu pioneers marked the beginning of the Second Aliyah, a significant wave of Jewish migration to Palestine that lasted from 1904 to 1914. This period saw the establishment of several agricultural settlements and laid the foundation for the future state of Israel. Messianic Aliyah in 1908 contributed to the growth of the Zionist movement, strengthening the connection between Jewish identity and the land of Israel. The pioneers' commitment to reclaiming the land and building a new life in Palestine became a driving force for subsequent waves of Jewish immigration. The Messianic Aliyah of 1908 and the efforts of the Bilu pioneers left a lasting legacy. Their determination and sacrifice inspired future generations of Zionist pioneers, and their vision played a pivotal role in the realization of the State of Israel in 1948. Messianic Aliyah in 1908 represented a pivotal moment in the history of the Zionist movement. The arrival of the Bilu pioneers symbolized a commitment to reclaiming the Jewish homeland and laying the groundwork for a future state. Their actions, rooted in messianic aspiration, set the stage for the transformative events that would unfold in the decades to come, ultimately leading to the establishment of the State of Israel. The Great White Fleet, America's global naval showcase. Certainly, the Great White Fleet refers to a historic naval fleet of the United States that embarked on a journey around the world in the early 20th century. Here's an extended story on the Great White Fleet. In the early 20th century, the United States was emerging as a global power, and President Theodore Roosevelt sought to showcase the strength and capability of the U.S. Navy on the world stage. To demonstrate America's naval prowess, Roosevelt conceived the idea of sending a formidable fleet of battleships on a circumnavigation of the globe. This monumental undertaking became known as the Great White Fleet. The Great White Fleet, officially known as the United States Atlantic Fleet, consisted of 16 battleships, along with various escort ships, painted white to symbolize peace. The fleet set sail on December 16, 1907, from Hampton Roads, Virginia, under the command of Rear Admiral Robley D. Evans. The mission was not only a display of naval strength, but also a diplomatic and goodwill mission to promote American interests and build international relationships. The journey took the fleet across the Atlantic Ocean, through the Mediterranean Sea, and into the Indian Ocean, making strategic stops at various ports. The fleet then crossed the Pacific Ocean, visiting ports in Australia, New Zealand, the Philippines, and Japan. The spectacle of the Great White Fleet arriving in foreign ports captured the world's attention, showcasing the growing capabilities of the U.S. Navy. The fleet's arrival in Japan was particularly significant, as it symbolized the peaceful intent of the United States in the Pacific region. The visit helped foster diplomatic relations and dispel any notions of American aggression. The goodwill mission continued as the fleet made stops in various countries, leaving a lasting impression on both allies and potential adversaries. The Great White Fleet concluded its historic journey on February 22, 1909, when it returned to Hampton Roads. The circumnavigation marked a significant achievement for the U.S. Navy and reinforced the United States' position as a major naval power. The fleet covered approximately 43,000 miles during its 14-month journey. The impact of the Great White Fleet extended beyond its naval and diplomatic significance. The voyage had a profound effect on the morale and professionalism of the U.S. Navy, boosting its reputation both domestically and internationally. The fleet showcased the capabilities of American naval technology and demonstrated the country's commitment to maintaining peace through strength. The Great White Fleet's journey remains a milestone in U.S. naval history, symbolizing America's emergence as a global power. The diplomatic successes of the mission laid the groundwork for future international relations, and the fleet's voyage became a symbol of American naval strength and the projection of power on the global stage.
Certainly, here's a gentle and soothing bedtime story titled The Dreamcatcher's Lullaby. Welcome to Short Stories Galore, the home of captivating short stories. Once upon a time, in a small cottage nestled at the edge of a tranquil forest, there lived a little girl named Lily. Lily had eyes as bright as the morning sun and a heart filled with wonder. She loved exploring the woods, chasing butterflies, and listening to the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Lily's grandmother, whom she affectionately called Nana, would tell her stories. These were not just any stories. They were stories of magic, wonder, and dreams. Nana had a way of weaving tales that made Lily's heart dance with delight. One warm summer evening, as a fire crackled in the hearth and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Nana began a special story. "Lily, my dear," she said in her gentle, soothing voice, "tonight I shall tell you the tale of the Dreamcatcher's lullaby." Lily's eyes widened with anticipation as she settled into her favorite chair. Nana's voice was like a soft melody, a comforting embrace that wrapped around her heart. Long ago, Nana began, in a land where dreams held a magic all their own, there lived a young girl named Elara. Elara had a gift that set her apart from others. She could see the dreams that danced in the night sky, each one a star of its own. Lily listened with rapt attention as Nana continued, "You see, my dear, in this enchanting land, dreams were not just the images that visited us as we slept. They were delicate, glowing orbs that floated above the trees, their colors and patterns telling stories of joy, hope, and adventure." Elara, with her sparkling eyes and heart full of curiosity, had always been fascinated by these dreams. She would spend her evenings lying in the soft grass, watching as dreams drifted above her, their soft melodies like a lullaby for her soul. One evening, Nana continued, Elara noticed a dream unlike any she had ever seen. It was a dream that glowed with a brilliant, silvery light, and it sang a melody that seemed to call to her. It was a dream-catcher's lullaby. Lily's eyelids grew heavy as Nana's words washed over her like a gentle wave. She could almost hear the sweet melody of the dream-catcher's lullaby in her mind. Elara decided to follow this special dream, Nana whispered. She followed it deep into the heart of the forest, where the trees whispered secrets and the fireflies danced in the night. There, she discovered a magical glade, bathed in the soft light of the dream, and in the center of it all hung a wondrous creation, the Dreamcatcher. Nana's voice was a lullaby itself, a soothing rhythm that carried Lily into the heart of the story. She could picture Elara in that enchanted glade, surrounded by the soft glow of dreams and the gentle rustle of leaves. The Dreamcatcher was a magnificent creation, Nana continued. It was woven from the finest threads of moonlight and stardust, and its intricate patterns shimmered like spider webs glistening with dew. From its center hung a single, radiant dream, the Dreamcatcher's lullaby. As Nana described the Dreamcatcher, Lily's eyelids grew heavier still, and she felt herself drifting into a world of dreams within the story. Elara approached the Dreamcatcher with a heart full of wonder, Nana whispered. She reached out to touch the silvery dream, and as her fingers brushed its surface, she felt a surge of warmth and comfort. It was as if the dream itself had wrapped its gentle arms around her. Lily's breathing became slow and rhythmic, mirroring the calmness of the forest in Nana's tale. From that day forward, Nana said, Elara became the guardian of the dreamcatcher. She would visit the glade every evening, listening to the dreamcatcher's lullaby and sharing her own dreams with the magical creation. The dreamcatcher, in turn, would weave those dreams into its delicate patterns, creating a tapestry of hope and joy. Lily was now deep in the world of dreams, her own thoughts mingling with the story as she surrendered to the soothing embrace of Nana's voice. Time passed, my dear, Nana whispered, and Elara grew old, but her heart remained as young as ever. And so, on one magical evening, as she listened to the dreamcatcher's lullaby, she closed her eyes and surrendered to a dream of her own, a dream of dancing among the stars and becoming one with the very sky. As Nana's voice faded into the quiet of the night, Lily had drifted into a peaceful slumber. In her dreams, she danced among the stars, just as Elara had, feeling the soft glow of dreams wrap around her like a warm, comforting blanket. And so, beneath the starry sky and the watchful eyes of the forest, Lily slept, her dreams filled with the magic of the dreamcatcher's lullaby and the gentle, soothing voice of Nana, the keeper of stories and dreams. Moral of the story: dreams have the power to transport us to magical realms, where the boundaries of reality blur, and our hearts find solace and wonder. Just as Elara cherished and nurtured the dreams she discovered, we too should embrace the beauty of our dreams, both while we're awake and as we slumber. The dreamcatcher's lullaby reminds us that dreams are precious gifts that offer us hope, comfort, and a connection to the enchanting world of the imagination. So, let your dreams take flight, for in them, you may discover the magic that resides within your own heart. Thanks for listening to my story. I'll tell you another story next time. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
Titanic, Tragedy and Legacy of the Unsinkable Ship. On April 10, 1912, the IMS Titanic, a marvel of modern engineering and considered unsinkable, embarked on its maiden voyage from Southampton, England, to New York City. The ship, the largest and most luxurious of its time, carried over 2,200 passengers and crew. Designed by Thomas Andrews and constructed by Harland and Wolff Shipyard in Belfast, Titanic boasted state-of-the-art safety features, including watertight compartments and an intricate system of doors to contain potential flooding. The ship's reputation as unsinkable fueled widespread excitement and confidence among passengers and the public. On the night of April 14, 1912, Tragedy struck when the Titanic struck an iceberg in the North Atlantic. Despite its advanced safety features, the impact caused severe damage to the ship's hull, compromising multiple watertight compartments. As water flooded the compartments, the ship's fate was sealed. Distress signals were sent out, and passengers and crew were evacuated in lifeboats. However, the insufficient number of lifeboats and confusion about the severity of the situation contributed to the loss of over 1,500 lives. The sinking of the Titanic sent shockwaves around the world. It exposed flaws in maritime safety regulations, including inadequate lifeboat provisions. The disaster prompted significant changes in maritime safety protocols, leading to the establishment of the International Ice Patrol and the adoption of stricter safety measures. The sinking led to inquiries on both sides of the Atlantic, with a notable investigation in the United States led by Senator William Alden Smith. The inquiries explored the circumstances surrounding the disaster, revealing shortcomings in navigation practices, communication, and safety procedures. The sinking of the Titanic has been a source of inspiration for countless books, films, and artworks. The tragedy has become a symbol of human hubris and the unpredictable forces of nature. Notable works, such as James Cameron's film Titanic, have brought the story to new generations. The wreck of the Titanic was discovered in 1985 by a Franco-American expedition led by Robert Ballard. Subsequent explorations and scientific studies have provided valuable insights into the conditions of the shipwreck and helped to preserve the memory of the disaster. Memorials and tributes around the world honor the lives lost in the Titanic disaster, from the iconic iceberg warning system to museums dedicated to the ship's history. The legacy of the Titanic continues to be a poignant reminder of the fragility of human endeavors in the face of nature's forces. The sinking of the RMS Titanic remains one of the most tragic maritime disasters in history. While the ship itself now rests at the bottom of the North Atlantic, its legacy endures as a cautionary tale, influencing maritime safety practices and continuing to capture the imagination of people around the world. The story of the Titanic is a complex tapestry of human ambition, technological innovation, and the stark reality of nature's unpredictability. Scouting beginnings. The first Boy Scout handbook. In the early 20th century, the seeds of the Boy Scouts movement were planted by Sir Robert Baden-Powell, a British Army officer. Baden-Powell's experiences in the military and his observations of boys' enthusiasm for outdoor activities inspired him to create a youth organization centered around character development and outdoor skills. In 1909, the Boy Scouts movement took a significant step with the publication of the first Boy Scout handbook. Baden-Powell authored the handbook, titled Scouting for Boys, to provide a comprehensive guide for young boys and their leaders. The handbook outlined the principles, skills, and values that would become the foundation of the Scouting movement. Scouting for Boys covered a wide array of